It's loading, but we're live.
You ever have you ever like you're about to stream and then you're about to click the start button and then you realize you're not wearing anything?
No.
Uh, oh, okay, neither.
Yeah, yeah, really?
Sometimes you're just too
Yeah, yeah,
comfortable
really?
in your home,
I don't know, man. I don't know.
especially in that Canadian heat. Oh boy.
Okay. So I found some tutorials and we're gonna use them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Engine.
I need to get back to watching tutorials.
Yeah.
Just kind of brush up on my technique.
Is that what you want to call it?
Yeah. What the fuck I call this? I'm just me. This is just me moving shit around until it looks right.
Okay, so I found this tutorial, and this tutorial looks this tutorial is so far has been amazing. So we're going to use it.
Smart. What? Smart enemy eye.
Yeah, I'll come back to that. What do you think of this? Look at this world. Doesn't this look amazing?
Looks like a what do you call it? Charcoal pencil drawing sketch.
This is Unreal 3D.
But it looks like a drawing.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna build this.
Oh, and you're gonna add color to it, right?
What?
Oh, we gotta play in black and white.
What's color?
Oh, are you also colorblind?
I see that this looks normal to me, like everything else in the world.
Oh,
Does it not look right to you?
uh, this might explain your skills as an artist. Character stop moving before what?
What?
Can you make the most insane AI for your game? Like the smartest AI
What's going on?
for your LAPD thing? Can you make like the smartest AI?
No.
Oh,
Eat shit. Oh yeah, this
it'll be
was one of
so
the
fun.
references that I was gonna use for characters.
I mean, they're all basically the same thing,
Yes,
right?
I know.
So, fuck, you can just throw that PNG into your world and then just like kind of reference to that. You don't even need to like download any models.
Well, that is a 3D model.
I mean, yeah.
It was one of the models that I was looking at when I was looking at that bikini girl.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's just the bikini girl in certain like on Sketch the version of her on Sketchfab doesn't have the same shader and she doesn't look as good.
Uh oh yeah, because when you put it on Sketchfab, they kind of do their own shading and all that, so you can kind of cheat a lot of things.
Mm,
So like you don't actually get the correct shaders and stuff that you had in the 3D program when you upload to Sketchfab. You kind of you can just upload it with no just the most basic shaders and then adjust it there.
Anyways, this is one of the characters I was looking at, and I wasn't like. There's a lot of changes that it would need to like if I wanted to say put this girl in here. There's a couple changes that would need to be done. One is that she would need to be older because she's way too young. And then
Get hit by a car?
I don't like it.
What do you mean? They're just anime characters. Who gives a shit?
I would rather not that because she feels like she's like in fucking like middle school maybe, and I'm just like
I don't think anyone thinks about that when they're thinking of like when they're playing anime games. They're just like, it's an anime girl, and then it's like, I'm gonna run it over.
yeah, I'm just not very into lollies. That's all.
I don't think that matters. I don't think that matters at all.
Well, it matters to me. Who's that? Is that a James? That's probably a James. I mean, an Aku. It's probably an Aku.
Wow, way to dox him.
I can't help it. I'm so
Dox
not
everyone.
used to I'm not used to streaming while I'm in this channel. Right, Aku?
Sure. Are you used to anything?
What?
Are you used to anything?
Fucking
Um,
dude.
Hi Zen. Hi Rem. Hi Pseudo.
eh,
Matter of priority, right? You know.
Yeah,
not even
Zen's
gonna say
number
hi
one,
to the
baby.
people in my stream. Jeez, what a.
Oh shit! There's people in your stream. You're streaming. Where are you? All the way at the. Oh, there's only one person.
It's probably me.
Yeah, it's himself. He's like monitoring his own stream.
I'm on
So hi,
YouTube
Pseudo
as well,
again.
by the way.
I mean, you have. Maybe it's stream elements.
What?
Maybe it's stream elements. The one viewer in your stream.
Oh, I don't know. Who the fuck knows?
Oh, you've got 3 now. With your
Yeah.
own there.
Hoorah!
You count us 2 people?
No, I count as 3, mate.
I'm gonna make a cell shader. The running bird is
That's
here.
Well,
What? Did you say burger?
hello, the running bird.
Yeah.
Oh.
He's making a phone
Bird.
game.
Is
Hell
it a
yeah.
gacha? Does it have waifus?
That market is
Saturated as fuck.
no. We need more. We need more.
Never happen. You can never have
There's
enough.
never enough.
What is it? Post processing.
I like to imagine he's or they are making a game based on their username. It's like Flappy Bird, but you don't have wings.
Very well could be. Where the fuck did I put this? Where's my tutorial? There it is. No, that's the wrong one. That's also the wrong one.
What if it's a Flappy Bird where instead of the bird, it's Pseudo's head, and instead of the pipes, it's women of age.
Able to render images that are start. I'm going to introduce you to some
Jesus
of the basics
Christ,
of
man.
And Pseudo's trying to avoid them.
to concerned cover is clearly to one topic
This-
you example offset multiply it by a number.
Wait, there was another one that I wanted to. There it is. This is the one that we want to start with.
You had a
And
haircut.
that's it.
Yeah, I got a haircut.
Hmm.
I chopped it all off.
You feel
Is your
clean.
studio looking for QA testers? I am not part of a studio.
Not yet.
What do you mean not yet?
We'll make our own studio. Um, um,
With blackjack and hookers.
All the blackjack and hookers.
we can only afford one hooker for now.
If I was to make a studio, it'd probably be like Studio Kid Soft Media or something like that, or gaming or whatever.
We need to come up with a cool name. We need to come up with a cooler name.
Maybe.
the
Let's
Wild
say
or
one
Genshin
word each,
Impact.
and then we'll
Okay,
combine it.
so
and then
here
we'll make
I'm
the
in-
ultimate studio.
What?
We're renaming your studio.
No.
Unreal Engine 5.
I don't
and
have
the
a
first
studio.
thing I'm going to do is create a material in which
Yeah,
we are going
we'll
to
make you
implement the
one.
logic of our toon shader. So I'm going to press Ctrl space on my keyboard to show the content browser. Right click, select material, and then I'm going to rename it to pp_toon shader for post-process toon shader. I'm going to open it, and here by default, a material allows us to modify the look of an object. Here, for example, if I press 3 on my keyboard and left click in the graph, then connect this new node to the base color output and change its color. Let's say a pink one, for example. This will change the color of the sphere in the viewport. However, what we want to do here is, instead of modifying the look of an object, we want to modify the look of what is shown on screen. In order to do this, we are going to change the type of material by going in the details panel right here, and then I'm going to change the material domain, which is available right here, material domain. I'm going to change it to post-process.
That's the one. Look at that. Ah, beautiful. Now if I just do this, isn't that a beautiful world?
So here, as you can see, the screen turns black, not pink, because now if you want to modify the look of the screen, we need to plug our color in the emissive color instead of base color. So here I'm going to click right here and drag the wire in the emissive color. And there you go, we have the look of our screen that was changed to a pink color. Okay, so now a pink color is great, but to apply our toon shader, first we need to get the look of the scene as is and plug it in the emissive color. So I'm going to delete this constant tree node. I'm going to right click, type scene texture, select the scene.
Well, let's double check to see if everything's working correctly. There's something to do with the shadows that we have to like click.
Numbers and add all the results together. You can imagine it like a little grid with a number in each cell. You can send to the output, that's it.
Also,
By it by a number and a convolution kernel. Positive or negative, maybe it's reading as and we have my filter is generating something that along another style, but here we focus the edge filter to not seeing some edges that we may want to. All of them into I am shamelessly and much more values in the hope to magically find a good setup. As in all edge cases, so it will look as black and white. As far as the depth convolution is concerned,
Okay. Well, let's go forth and see if this works. Mm. Is it shader that I'm looking for? There it is. Choose one. Okay. There we go. Check it out. I think it should work. It works. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful?
made a black box.
Yay! Well, not a black box, but when you enter it, it's black.
Oh. Is that because you reversed the normals?
No. I can change the color to
Okay.
whatever I want it to be. Although I forgot to do something. I'll do it later, though. So now it's red.
And you replace the color with a PNG.
What? No.
And you make it a moving image.
What?
So when you go inside that box, there'll be a moving thing welcoming you.
Scene texture node right here. Then I'm going to select right here in the scene texture ID. I'm going to click and select post-process input 0. This one.
Okay, I'm going to move this guy over to my other screen. Boom. Look at this. This is gonna be beautiful. Watch this. Watch this. Oh, look at that. The shader has started. Doesn't it look amazing?
Post-process input 0 represents the
Where's the
look of the
before and
scene without
after
any
shot?
effect applied on it. So here, if
Sorry?
Where's the before and after shot? I can't tell the difference.
You're not supposed to be able to. There is no difference yet.
Ugh.
Here. We do this. And we do a multiply. We pipe this into here. And this into here. There. We got an error. It's beautiful. It's our error.
You did it.
What if we add instead of multiply?
Mute pseudo for 5 minutes? Oh, you don't need a redeem.
Why are you mean to me?
Why are you mean to my viewers?
I'm never mean to your viewers.
Just your voice pierces their souls.
I suppose that's fair. Here we go. Where's this? 0.5. There we go. Look. It's beautiful, right?
Exactly how I imagined our game to look.
I know. I thought so too.
Like how I see the world when I wake up in the morning and I'm like, my eyes are still blurry.
What the fuck is going on here? How do I close this? What the fuck just happened? Well, that's weird. I'm gonna save all and I'm just reboot.
What happened?
I'm not sure.
Did James kill himself?
No, I'm still here.
Ah. So you just bought a pseudo's thing and just killed yourself?
Yeah. Oh no, I am that.
I think it was this one. Oh look, it's Mecha Miniatures.
Who?
Yeah.
A fellow.
Never heard of him.
Huh? Oh. He sounds like a cool dude.
He's definitely a dude.
Oh,
There we go. Now if I negate this,
sounds like he wronged you guys.
I mean, in some ways, he's wronged us all.
hey look,
Oh no.
isn't this beautiful?
You made yourself a inverted nightmare city. Does every 3D artist on Twitch know each other at this point?
Almost.
Kind I mean,
It's not like we're a
It's one of
pretty. It's not like we're a big group.
Community.
it's one of the reasons why I want to start streaming so that I can actually like pester more than just you, Remy.
What are you talking about? You can pester Mecha Miniatures.
Yeah, but I can't pester him in voice chat. It's more fun if I can do that.
Did you pass the gas?
Yes, that's a pseudo.
Pestering Gaz is hard. Hello, governor.
It's an
Shit.
Aku and a pseudo.
Shine your shoes. Hang on a minute. What's all this then?
Oh man.
Orcs are made for fighting.
Not okay.
I'm going to plug the color in the emissive color right here. You can see that we're creating a
I'm
pass-through
not
post-process
saying
effect,
that.
which means that this changes nothing to what the screen is
Fuck
supposed to
is a
show.
banger
So here, just so you know
enough.
how it's possible to modify the look of the scene, we're going to
Banger
desaturate it
is
to
a
give it a black and white
sausage.
effect by dragging the scene texture
Oh.
node here. I'm going to drag a wire from the scene texture node and tap desaturation. I'm going to select the
People are
desaturation node, this one.
sausages here.
If I plug the emissive color right here,
Well,
you can see that everything turns gray. So now that we have a simple black and white effect, and before applying it to the scene, but
Oh, look, we made progress.
I'm sorry. I'm sure you call them something else as well.
Progress is being made.
No, what are you talking
just going to change
about?
another parameter by going in the details panel right here. I'm going to search for blendable location. I think it's at the bottom of the details panel here. You have the blendable location. You're going to select this, and instead of taking the after tone mapping, we're going
I'm
to
one
check
of
the before
those.
tone mapping.
I'm a straight man that says very suspicious things. I mean, technically, you know me.
Option. So I won't go into details here, but just so you know, if we don't change this now, later this will make the screen jiggle when we implement our tune shader.
Yeah,
Okay, that's
don't
great. So
worry,
now that we
I'm
have our base
already
shader,
there.
we are going to go back to the viewport so that we can
I was-
apply it to
I
our
was-
scene.
I was-
So first,
I
we're going
was
to create a material
fooling you,
instance that will allow us to modify the parameters of the shader and see the
when-
result in the viewport without having to
when
recompile the whole
they
material.
were like,
So I'm going
"Oh,
to press
it's
Ctrl plus space on my
Spectrum," I was
keyboard.
like,
I'm going to right-click on the PP tune shader, post-process tune shader,
Nah, I'm
and
not
select
nerdy
create a
for
material
this shit.
instance.
You-
I'm going to rename it to PPI for post-process
Takes you a
instance
while to
underscore tune
guess.
shader. Then to apply this
can probably
material
guess
instance to the
who he
scene, I'm going
is.
to go right here,
He's,
click on it, select volumes,
we'll
and
give
then
you
select
clues.
post-process volume.
He's
I'm going to add this post-process
he's a
volume to the
sex
scene.
offender.
This will be right here.
What the fuck?
Okay, so I have my post-process volume, and then in the details panel on the right, I'm going to put myself in the middle of the screen. Here in
It's
the
the
right, you
biggest
have the details panel. You are going to search for post-process material. This is right here.
What the
Close. Close.
what the fuck are you guys going on about?
I like
How
that
can
you're
we-
the number one on his list of all
Yeah.
all the sex offenders he knows. It's you, Pseudo. You should be
What?
honored.
Oh, is this our lovely Australian friend?
Yes, of course it is.
Oh, it's not Voxel.
No. Mecca is trying to work out who I am. Don't tell him because it's fun that way.
I literally already said your name.
You did. So let's not say.
Let's
He
not
wasn't
tell
listening.
him who you are.
He fucked up.
He fucked up by not listening.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he fucked up by not listening.
Oh, looks like you fucked up. You gone done fucked up.
All right. I'm a regular in Gaz's streams. How
This
about
is
that?
true.
Does that help?
He is not a regular in my streams.
No.
He doesn't even
Regular in
show
Gaz's
up to
stream.
say hi in my streams. It's because he hates me.
Keep going. Keep going. This is starting to turn into a riddle game.
He's done work for Gaz.
I've done work for Gaz. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true.
True story.
Yeah,
Here,
sex work.
under
but,
features,
you know,
post-process material. I'm going to unfold this,
Probably should
press
talk
on the
about
small
Work is
plus
work.
sign, then click
Yeah, I'm.
press effect assigned to the material was applied correctly in the post-process volume setting to apply our tune shading effect. Okay, so now that we know how to sample what is shown on screen, we are going to extract the light buffer from it so that we can access the amount of light each pixel of the screen receives,
Well,
and later
how
perform
do
some
you
thresholding
know?
on it to create our tune shading effect.
Gaz
So here, to be able to
isn't
extract the
that
light
type of
buffer,
stuff.
first I'm going to get the base color of the
Oh.
scene without any lighting applied to it. I'm going to select the scene texture node, press Ctrl plus D on my keyboard,
not
and here,
lighting.
instead of selecting the post-process input option, I'm going to select the base color as stored in gbuffer option. If I plug it in the emissive color,
Okay, so here we're gonna get the scene.
I'll give you another clue. I joined in during the impromptu sculpt challenge that Gaz did.
or output,
In
and then press apply. If I go back to the
1937.
viewport, we'll see that we have only the color information from the scene without any lighting applied to it. So
There we go. Look at that.
Nothing changed.
Really, nothing changed. You're
He's
looking at
got
this
it.
and nothing's changed. Nothing's changed.
You got wireframes.
Nothing's changed. The game is exactly the same, right?
That's did Dawn join in on that? I don't think he did.
This guy, he's just adding all the sex offenders he knows.
Oh my
Yeah.
God. Don't say shit like that. YouTube doesn't
my
appreciate
stream
it.
My stream is all about adding the community.
Hmm. But
I
you're
gotta
saying
check
that this
the,
looks right. This looks completely normal. You see no
give me a
difference.
sky. Give
Sorry?
me a skybox. Give me a skybox, and then I'll figure it out.
You can't tell the difference between that
Ooh, a good one is I don't stream, so
and this. Really? Really, Remy?
that's probably
Oh, you got no shadows.
he's going up the list now.
Can you tell the difference now?
There's no shadows.
This is unlit.
Comet Lord streams.
So here
He's
I'm going
going
to
up the
get
list,
the saturation
so
node
these
right
are
here, press
the
Ctrl+D
least
on my keyboard, and then plug this in to
sex
desaturate the base color of the scene. Now, what's cool about this?
He's going here.
Yeah, yeah. Comet
He's
Lord
leading
does
to
stream.
the ultimate.
Is that if we divide the desaturated version of the
He
scene
is a
by
piece of
this,
shit.
we're going to remove the color information from the render and only keep the lighting information. So here I'm going to drag a wire, type divide, and plug this in. So I'm going to divide the post-process input 0 desaturated by the
Yeah,
base
he's a
color
bit of a
desaturated.
penis,
So
that
finally,
one.
before plugging
Should I
this to
summon
the output
him?
of the
It'd be
shader, first I'm
funny.
going to add a saturate node saturate
Uh,
node to make sure that the values stay between 0 and 1. Then, since what we created outputs an RGB color, and since the RG and B components of the
Oh,
color
man,
all
you're
have the
more
same exact value,
sex-offendery
we're going to use a
than,
component mask node to extract only one of these components. So here,
Aku the
on the left side of the screen, you have
I like that. I would change my name to that, but no, he I could have just said no and he would have continued.
he is.
Maybe he didn't hear me. Yeah, I'm neither of those guys. No, no.
Stop lying.
Who-
He
who-
guessed.
who-
You have to you have to be honest when he guesses.
Yeah, that's how trust is built.
It's Aku.
I'm
I'll be right back.
oh no, I'm so sorry, Mecha. Oh. Oh, you're pretending to be me. From jolly old England, cup of tea and a crumpet. Yeah. You're right. I'll have that.
Jokes on you. He can't afford crumpets.
That's okay. Your New York is better.
Okay, I'm back.
Ooh. You fit right in. It's like this poor boy is here.
Your New York is so good that we thought you were Vox for the entire time.
I'm getting a bunch of pings somewhere.
Are you also an old man like Fox?
Have you never watched his streams before?
Who Mecha?
Yeah.
I don't even know who Mecha is.
Mecha Miniatures?
Yeah, who the fuck's that?
Oh, okay, so you're
which will contain the two filters to return one.
Why can't I edit this?
Oh shit.
find the size of the kernel we want and make it automatically go through all the single cells of the grid it defines.
You ruined his day. How do you feel? Poor man.
I mean, tormenting the Australians is my favorite thing to do.
Let's start by defining
I
all
mean,
the variables we
I
need,
didn't
like the
know he was
kernel UV we
Australian.
want, and we'll have to manually tell the material to evaluate every specific pixel we need. Let's start by the for loop. We'll be able to just define the size of the kernel we want and make it automatically go through.
Right, yeah, you're from New York. Well, you shit, I didn't know that either.
Through all the single cells of the grid it defines. Let's start by defining all the variables
Hang
we
on a
need,
minute.
like the kernel UVs. You can
Can I not edit this?
I can't wah. But you should definitely do some New York orcs. That would be pretty cool. I mean, I don't know you do orcs. Yeah.
Why am I not able to preview those? There we go.
Mate, you can't fuck all the orcs, Mecha. God damn it. One war boss at a time.
You can do a few at a time, at once.
I mean, have you seen the size of orcs?
I mean, wait, does he have to get off, or do they can? Is it just them? Because yeah, he's got hands. He's got hands and feet. He can probably jerk off
I
four at
mean,
once.
I'm kind of wondering if orcs even come because they don't breathe. Or rather, they have lungs, but they don't need to breathe. So,
Wait. Are orcs and goblins related?
kind of.
I've seen Goblin Slayer, so
No. This is very different.
Hmm.
These are very different types of orcs and goblins.
I will.
no,
I
am
will.
I racist now?
I will be right back.
Yeah, you're.
Not reset camera. Jesus Christ. I'm not looking for a node comment. I want to just preview this frickin' material. Oh my god. What if I close it? Will that work? There we go. Fuck. Okay, I gotta figure out this here. Control Alt for more. How do I put the code into it though? Okay, can I fucking edit the node? How did he do that?
Fines. Let's start by defining loop. The greatest advantage of writing this shadering code is that we don't have to manually tell the material to evaluate every specific pixel we need, but through a thing called for loop, we'll be able to just define the size of the kernel we want and make it automatically go through all the single cells of the grid it defines. Let's start by defining all the variables to just define the size of the kernel we want and make
There's the custom.
it automatically go through all the single cells of the grid it defines.
Wait. So we come into here. Oh, god damn. Okay, one sec. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to do get the get Oh, these are supposed to be flip twos. Oops. Interesting. Less than or equal to show recommendations. HL high level shader. I'll install this one. Yes. Look at that, we got coloring. Fuck, I gotta stop doing that. This is not C++. This is HLSL. Okay, so if x is not equal to 0.0 or y is not equal to 0.0, pixel UVs. I think that's actually correct, but I want this to be x directly, and this one to be y directly. We don't need to do any math here. I gotta stop saving. Minus equals eight. I did it again. I did it again. I almost did it again. What? I just saved again. God damn it. Wait, does this actually require these to be like pushed up like this? Is this a thing? Center weight. Wait, where's center weight? Center weight. Oh, there it is. Okay, good. There, and then vote for okay. So this is like essentially what we want right here. There might be errors in this, but I don't care. Can't Unreal Engine 5 add code to custom node. To custom oh, it's in seriously? That's how it's done? Oh, I hate it already.
One in the alpha channel. Keep. Let's set it to float 4. To specify in the custom node itself which type of value we want it to return. Let's set it to float 4. Let's finally copy our code to the custom node, erase all this madness and run everything to see if it
Okay, so there's all of our code. We need this is freaking terrible.
works.
I have an idea.
Right. There's this dumb thing to account for when sampling gbuffers inside a custom node. All the functions made specifically to do that don't exist in the compiled version of the shader if we don't first put a syntax or node into its input.
Okay, wait. Let's go back. What are we adding in here?
Let's finally copy our code to the custom node, erase all this madness, and run everything to see if it works.
Is this not... Does this not automatically generate the required things? There's the code.
Right. There's this dumb thing to...
I think what we're going to do is... Let's say 15. Ugh. Wait. Can I log into Gumroad? I'm just gonna buy what he's got. You cut your hair. Oh, your hair is short. Yeah, it is. Fuck. You look younger. I also shaved, so you know there was that too. I had shaved too. Yeah, shaving. Okay, so this is the one that I want. Sorry, I'm just downloading this and I'm just gonna check it out because I don't entirely understand what he did here. So, you know, that's going to be something that needs to be looked into. Yeah, but I was hoping for more than just the text. Like actually more than just the text. The clipboard file is to pop out notes directly. Oh. Wait. That's cool. I didn't even know that was an option. Okay, let's see what this looks like. Hey, look. It's beautiful. How do I change the amount here? I guess it's the kernel size, right? We go to 1. He's at 9. What if we go for 4? What's 9 look like?
To account for when sampling gbuffers inside a custom node. All the functions made specifically to do that don't exist in the compiled version of the shader if we don't first put a syntax or node into its input pin.
Oh, that's why. I've got a bunch of other nodes that I need to do. There we go. So we're going to destroy that. Go over to here. We're going to do mask. Would this just be an M maybe? No, that's a multiply. Component mask. Oh, there we go. Let me do a max. We're going to need one more max because it's going to be the max of these two. And then this would be an in or no, this would just be lerp. Oops. Lerp. Wait, how do I do an invert of the lerp? By the way, this guy's stuff is really good. It's just really dense.
Be reached only ring of the
And it goes really fast. Okay, in lerp clamped.
output is going to go into the color. So for example, circle for the range, a lower and a higher limit, which is given as bouncing between. A great function for when you need to care about the value itself and not about the sign of the value. You might recall from before, I mentioned using math later. We're going to try to solve our flashing intensity of our light. Let's see how we might be able to do that. I've gone ahead and disabled the real-time update for now. I'm going to find it by 0.25 use sign effect, where we have arrived that into still to exploit in the math we looked at.
Damn it. So it's... Oh, no, this is it. I think this is it. It is a lerp node. Would this be a clamp? Definitely not that one. I think he's renaming these.
Right. Of course, the fuse only one that has the fuse that's anything in the size of the kernel we want and make it automatic, but go through need like the editor. Whenever you call again and set the variable get provides for those weights or evaluate kernel, the task with this value this depositor arrows half of it will polish how to put in way cases. We know that we'll have in that case. This by for we want to send that for this variable to their spec option. We can compress the negation equal to. Now, what do we do if we're in the central pixel? Nothing much different than the other case. We just change few things around. We still have to accumulate the and return that turn 1 through float 1 of node. Erase all this madness and run everything to see if it works.
Okay, wait. So that did the masking already. So I guess the masking's over here.
Into
Maybe?
the filter out edge range solution one outcome and define chance to source exactly what you might think that by dividing the now we can read this output as a map of how sure the range from there is our most chance to kinda sure it's an edge. This now allows us to fine-tune the convolution outcome and define some threshold to reduce or increase its sensibility. Chance to represents 1 or -1 route which plus case most everything the range of the bulk a bit of geometry discovered illustrated. The reason I know what same filter to both of them at the same time. And two different objects have their faces oriented in the exact same way, and that's why you usually want to apply the same filter to both of them at the same time. Together, they can complement each other, and you can
So
generate
that's
an
a
overall better quality line
max.
work. Now, I know what you might be thinking. All this looks good on the cubes, but do you want to ignore all the ugly stuff that's going on around them? Nope, definitely not. The reason why I'm shamelessly showing you the filters doing a crappy job is to raise the quality bar for this tutorial. See, what I often see when other people illustrate this technique is that they only show you it working on some basic shapes, and that's it. Then you go and apply the stuff on a real case scenario, and you discover that the matter is not that simple after all. And what's the most problematic thing you could apply these filters on? Photorealistic assets, of course. Their geometry is much more intricate and the normals apply to them much more noisy that I bet you can see why they represent a very good stress test. So let's talk a bit about how to manipulate the filter's output. Understand the range of the values we're working with, otherwise it becomes just a random tinkering of the values in the hope to magically find a good setup. As in almost everything related to computer, having to deal with values, we know that every channel in this case is for the Laplace function, which leads out. You might think that, so let's divide everything by that number and see what comes out. You might think that by dividing the values I just made every edge less bright, which technically is exactly what I did. But the point is that now we can read this output as a map of how sure the filter is that every pixel represents an edge, where white means definitely an edge, black absolutely not an edge, and all the grays in between range from there is our most chance to kinda sure it's an edge. This now allows us to fine-tune the convolution.
Oh, I just saw it too.
Kinda sure it's an edge. This now allows us to fine-tune the convolution outcome, and this now allows us to
Inverse. This one. There we go. I found it.
one sample.
Okay, so this one comes down here. This one's this one. This one we're going to do 2 and a 10. Then we do a max on these two, and then a -1. And this goes into here. Oh! Look at that. It's beautiful. Let's see what it looks like. So to get rid of the flickering, we have to come to here, right? No. No, I think we already did that.
Unique situation. Like
Okay. Sorry.
She's kind of niche.
Uh-huh.
And I just heard Spectre is pretty bad.
Not an abyssal thing. All the boosts together, they make themselves like a super. Just stat wise, they're just like way high.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And that's kind of like where I'm at. It's like an abyssal team would be kind of cool.
Let's try 15.
Yeah.
And no, not tired of pay for PNG waifu, because don't pay for PNG waifu. Finger guns.
Wait, but they have like, it's not like you're paying for like a picture. Like there's like, they have value in game as a character.
What are you talking about? You're paying for a photo.
Like, that's like saying playing Pokemon cards is like paying for like cardboard. It's like there's value in the game that you're playing.
Okay, but for a real question here, what do you think so far?
We don't care, Pseudo. We're talking about important things.
No, you're not. Stop lying.
Oh man, there's a game that has that kind of art style, and I hate it. I hate that. I hate that art style. That overly cel shaded look.
Super
Yeah.
hot. Super hot. Super.
Now that's a good game though. That's
It's a good game. It's a good game, but it does kind of like emanate that vibe, right?
Huh?
The kind of vibe that Pseudo's thing looks at the moment.
Oh no, it looks completely different.
Okay. Yeah.
Super Hard looks very like that fucking Unreal asset pack that where everything looks kind of shitty, like low poly shitty.
Kind of what I was getting at.
That's not the
Card
one.
off physical once you gamble, trash game, close, you have nothing. That's true.
What-
That is true. If the game dies,
But
then
it's like,
but there's also
it's
a
like
lot
watching
of
a
games
movie.
that
You
are-
go into the cinemas and watching a movie. Oh, the movie's over. You've just lost $10. Like the time that you've used that character in that game.
No,
Not about-
you've lost money.
Like, does that not? Huh?
You've 100%
So-
lost money.
I agree with Remy.
Like, it's not like you're buying the picture to just sit there and look at it. Like, it has value to your game where it helps you complete certain
Look.
tasks that you need. Like, what?
The thing is, once the game closes, you have nothing. Is what I'm thinking of. That argument is moot in our current like gaming forecast, I guess, because there are loads of games that have come offline permanently, and everybody has lost their saves.
I've had that lots of times, and it's like, whatever, man. Whatever. I paid $20 for this game. I played it for 4 years.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Yeah, that's kind of my point. It's like Terra and like is one MMO that I can think of the many.
All my sweet Ellens all died.
Live service games that have died.
Recently, Princess
Um,
Connect, Final Fantasy. Or actually, a lot of Square games get trashed. Don't play anything from Square.
hmm,
They get trashed within like a year. Nier's dying. Actually, a few Nier games died.
wait, are they live service though?
Yep.
NG
There's a bunch
buffs
of Nier gacha games.
are made.
You've probably
Oh,
never heard of
okay.
them.
Right, yeah.
Okay. Wait. So
I mean, the first Overwatch.
I mean, that just converted to Overwatch 2. That doesn't really mean.
Yeah, but
But-
there's no way you can play that if you don't want to.
But it's the
That's
same
good.
game.
Min maybe?
Kind of not. It's not. They've changed
What do you mean?
a fair amount about it.
Like what? You still have the same maps. You still have the same heroes. You're still doing the same dumb shooting thing.
It's
There we go.
now
you
it's now
automatically
five.
shoot-
It's now 5-player instead of 6.
That doesn't change it. Like, even
they've
if they didn't, even Overwatch 2 didn't happen, they still would have just made that change anyway. It was like it's
Mm.
no difference. The 2 doesn't change anything.
Sure, I get what you're saying, but they
Like-
have changed the game quite a bit.
They just added the 2 for promotional reasons. There's no difference.
Mm, there's a fair amount of difference. It's not. It's probably not enough difference to warrant them selling a whole new game, but that's why
You
it's
don't
free
even
to
need
play.
to buy it either. Yeah. Like,
Yeah, but arguably they have ruined that game.
yeah. But that's just balance. That's through balance and whatever the fuck
Not
things
just
that they
balance.
decided.
Marketing
Give me
and
examples. Like what?
well, they clearly changed it to be more, uh, you know, money battle passes and stuff. But that's just something I personally dislike with video games. So, there are probably some people out there who are like, "Hey, a battle pass for my favorite game."
I hate battle passes.
I can see why battle passes work. Um, but I can also see why they don't work. I hate them as well, by the way.
Yeah, yeah. I know why they're popular. It's because it's literally like, uh, here's a game. Here's some content for the game that you're playing. Oh, by the way, if you don't get the content now, you're missing out permanently. And it completely exists in
No,
like,
so the thing with battle passes, you at least guaranteed to get that thing at the end, as opposed to say a loot box where there's a chance where you don't get it ever.
no, no. I
What do you mean?
so here's the thing. I understand loot boxes. There's a level of RNG, but battle passes often require you to pay for something and then play the game.
Okay,
Um,
you can, but then there's also things rewards that you can get at the end, and you can pay. You can pay for it, yes, but that means you can guaranteed get the thing at the end. That's a guarantee. You
yeah,
paid for it. So yeah, that's
yeah,
what I'm saying.
but they're also not free, and they can
Huh?
charge however much money they want to for
The
that
game thread's the
thing.
problem.
It depends on the game as well. Like fucking CS loot boxes and Dota loot boxes aren't free either.
No, but I'm
Like there's so many different scenarios
there's
here.
also there's kind of, I feel like you have less uh FOMO about loot boxes though, right?
Okay, so your problem is you have FOMO and then you can't handle it. You can't deal with it.
Um, I mean, it's not a problem so much for me, but I don't like how aggressively like targeted a lot of it is to like, oh, if you don't get this now, it's gone forever.
I do not like this flickering. It's
That's
driving me
marketing.
fucking
It's just marketing, my dude.
crazy.
That's but it's incredibly
How do you want them to
It's
make money?
bad
How do you
marketing.
want them to support?
well,
How do you want them to continue supporting this free thing that you're
that's
playing?
the thing. That's the thing. I keep the content there, allow people to access it in their own time. What if I come to a game several years late and I want that content and I can't get it now because I was late to the party?
I don't know.
So now I
It's just
feel bad.
rewarding. They reward the, and you feel bad.
Okay,
I don't know, man.
okay.
This is kind of an issue. I don't know.
I have a question for you guys. What do you think so far? Have we made
Shut up, Fido.
progress?
Go away.
Stop.
I think
Yes.
if the models, if we tweak the models a bit, I think it'd look good.
But
it would.
specific, like I think these look the best right now.
I think right now, I think it looks pretty good, pretty nice.
Yeah, it looks fine.
Can you have shadows that like this then?
Yes, I just haven't added them yet.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't like the. I can also make the lines bigger.
All right, don't do that.
You want?
I hate extra lines.
Here, I'll show you slightly bigger lines. I think it's too big. What do you think? Yeah, I think too big. Oh wait,
Yeah.
no, was it 6? Yeah, no. I think I like this one the most. I can make them thinner, and I'm debating whether or not that's the way to go.
We'll just have to tweak it when you're done building the map.
What do you think of Truck Coons?
It's a truck. I got nothing to say.
I want to say hey.
We didn't.
I hope you're doing well.
We didn't even make that
All
truck.
right. All right, have a good one, Cervantes. Thanks for stopping by. I know, but James did. I mean, Aku did. This is Aku's truck, right? That's who did this.
Yeah, sure.
We all know I did not make that truck. Import the one that I made.
I don't actually have the one that you made. I'd have to go download it again, I think.
Bruh.
Or did I download it? Or did you just send me photos? I can't remember.
I sent it to you.
Oh, okay. But yeah, I don't know. I think this needs to change though, because right now this is actually the most unperformant part of this game is these windows that don't actually need to be there. These are actually windows too. These have glass in front of them.
It
Yeah.
could just be PNGs.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. PNGs with like little cross stitching on them.
You could straight up just like, I don't know, just take a screenshot and just slap it back in.
That's quite literally exactly what I was gonna do. I was gonna go into Houdini, take a screenshot, add cross stitching across it, so it looks like it's got like that shimmer to it. You know, the like anime kind of like cartoony glass.
I mean, sure. I mean, it looks fine. Even if you just take a screenshot and keep it as is.
Maybe, but window. Maybe this is a bad example. Anyway, so I was thinking of just adding in like the lines, but I could also just take a photo of it in Houdini, just like automate that. So anything that happens. Or I could generate those parallax things.
Got your letters in.
Right.
I mean, that's just polishing. That's just down to polish. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, like these.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's basically polish. Like the game can run with or without that.
I agree.
You don't need to worry too much.
But I should be able to automate it in Houdini. And that way I don't
Yeah.
have to like actually take an image or anything like that. All right, now I gotta isolate the shadows.
Have the components that are output.
Base color.
Oh, Pseudo's streaming right now.
True story.
You could shout out Pseudo Kid.
You could.
I'm not a mod.
Oh, on your stream.
He's not streaming.
I'm not streaming though.
By the
Yeah,
component
don't
mask.
tell me how to do my stream then.
Listen here, you little shit.
Here, I'm
Eat
just going
my
to select
ass.
the red component. Okay.
All right,
I'll
so now
fucking
we're
dig in with a
now we're
knife
onto
and
this
fork,
guy
bitch.
here.
Get a scissors and cut around my asshole and then place it in your mouth.
So now let's comment
Oh,
this bit of
God.
code. Let's say that we can extract the light buffer. I'm going to plug this in. And there you go. If I go back to the viewport,
Are you still on YouTube?
Yes.
Wait, what?
What?
He's multi-streaming.
Yeah.
Oh, right. You're not allowed to say naughty things on.
There,
YouTube.
see? Now we have the shadows. I got the shadows.
Oh, where's the colors though?
I'm getting there.
Well, don't
I
fucking
say-
show us until you got the fucking full scene.
Oh my god.
Stop wasting our time.
Yeah, you really shouldn't be in this chat with Remy. And me, for that matter. If you're going to stream on YouTube as well.
Oh, I don't know. Look,
Oh
I've
look.
never said anything
Look.
bad.
Wait,
I'm
wait, wait,
family
wait.
friendly.
Look. I have shadows.
Mate, you and I both know that we use fuck to
I mean, kids
warn
are okay
people
with the
that
word fuck.
to warn
That's
people
fine.
that a noun is coming.
Okay.
See?
How's this so far? Better?
Yeah. Well, then we're done with shaders.
No, not even close.
This is done. We're perfect. It's perfect.
You like the black
Don't need to adjust it.
background?
Yep. That's what anime is. When you zoom out on an anime, you don't actually see it, but the world is just black.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Totally. That's totally how that works.
Oh, you can make a soccer game now.
Do you know what else is wrong with this?
Nothing.
Really? You don't see anything wrong with this.
I hate your riddles and this shit.
There's the shadows
Yeah,
are
they have some-
all bad, dude.
What do you mean?
Yeah, what's wrong with the shadows? mean, they're
I
very
don't have a
dark, but-
character to show them on, because you can't really see them on this character. Like this character looks too out of place.
They're very metallic.
True, but
But it's
like,
perfect.
god damn it. This is why I need that character. This is why I need a character.
Well, no, you don't, because you don't need characters yet.
What?
Just get the PNG of that fucking character you were looking at and stick her in.
No, I need a character to cast the shadows.
Oh. Well, I don't know.
Because I need to flatten the colors a bit more.
Yeah, I'll send it to you. I'll send you my broke girl.
Okay. And all the textures? All the texture? Is it only one?
whatever fucking I re-downloaded off Sketchfab, so whatever fucking
Okay. Free Sketchfab shit.
you owe me $5, you motherfucker.
I owe you nothing.
How dare you take my money? Oh god.
I gotta follow. Zucchini? Zucchini followed.
Come
Thank
on,
you for the
dude.
follow.
Come on, man.
What? I butcher
People-
names all the time. You leave me alone. I am terrible.
This isn't just a name. It's a living thing.
Zucchini.
You can't just call in Suckini.
Yeah.
Unfollowed.
It's the humble
Hmm.
zucchini.
I see how it is. I see how it is. I fuck up your name, you unfollow. I think I've pronounced Aku's name right like exactly one time.
Do it. Oh.
Aku Zero 3D. Did I get it right?
Bruh.
Did
I like the question
There
marks in
was-
between every syllable.
Yeah.
Look, I'm trying here. You leave me alone.
You
Look,
know,
I-
just like you don't hang out with him every fucking day.
Well, to be fair, I don't hang out with him every single day.
Or every second day, alright.
I mostly hang out with him when you or Gaz are streaming.
Yeah, which is every day between the two of us.
That's not.
So
Gaz like
Gaz streams every week for a few days, and then I stream once, like twice a month. When he's not on. We've got the whole entire week covered.
God damn.
Hey, Sudo, you also know where I am. If you ever need me for something or you want to chat, you can just message me.
You know, this goes both ways.
Yeah.
He needs to move. Can you come help him pack?
I actually am going to be moving sometime.
I've got
this
the
year.
only thing I needed from you.
the graphics card.
Let's say that we can extract the light buffer. I'm going to plug this
Now, time
in.
to peace out.
And there you go. If I go back to the viewport, you will see that now we have the lighting information of our scene. Pixels that are white represent the pixels that are lit on it, so that areas of the scene that receive an
still
amount
want
of
that
light that is
fucking
greater than the
paying
threshold
for that
are considered
shit.
as lit, and areas that receive an amount of light that is smaller than the threshold are considered as shadowed. So I'm going to go back to my shader,
You can
and contrary
pay
to
it
what you
off.
might think, it's quite easy to achieve, since all you need to do is add a step node to the graph like this. I'm going to right click here, type step. I'm going to select the step node right here.
I'd buy him a
Then I'm
video
going to plug
game, but he
this in
doesn't
the
play them, so
Sorry.
Ooh. Give him that game that you got me. He'll have to wait 90 hours of his life or something. Well, how long did I have to play
It's
that?
not gonna sap 90 hours of my life away.
It's a simple. Oh my god, I can't believe that game exists. It's so good.
you're welcome.
Oh my fucking god.
X input, this in the emissive color output of the material. Then on the Y input of the step node, I'm going to right click, select promote to parameter, and rename this parameter to light shadow threshold. I'm going to set its default value to 0.5. And here, by doing this, we tell Unreal Engine to return a value of 1, so a white color for pixels that receive an amount of light above
Yeah, let's do that.
above this threshold, and the value of 0 for pixels that receive an amount of light equal to this threshold or below it. So 0 equals a black color. So that's great at all, but if I go in the viewport, you will see that the transition from black to white is a bit too hard. So now we are going to try to smoothen it a bit.
Progress is being made.
You did it. To game developing.
True story.
So what we would like to do here is still use the light shadow threshold, but along with that, we are going to create another parameter called
Another
light
boy
shadow
with
transition
develop.
size. I'm going to select the light shadow threshold, press Ctrl plus D on my keyboard to duplicate it. Then I'm going to rename it to light shadow transition size. Then I'm going to set its default value to 0.2. And here, this parameter will help us define, as its name suggests, the size of the transition. To be more precise about what we are trying to achieve here, if I set the threshold at 0.5 and the transition size at 0.2, this means that we want the transition to go from 0.4 to 0.6. And what we expect our shader to do is return 0 for pixels that receive an amount of light below 0.4,
Change
1
yourself.
for pixels
Good
that
name.
receive an amount of light above 0.6,
boy,
and the smooth
kid.
region
I will be right. I'll be back in
69
a bit again.
420.
Ooh. XX.
going from 0 to 1 for pixels that are in the transition zone. In other words, for pixels that receive an amount of light between 0.4 and 0.6. And to achieve such a thing, we need to use a smooth step node instead of a step node. So here I'm going to right-click, type smooth step, this, and this node is exactly what we need, since the way this node works is as follows. First, it gets a value as an input, as well as a minimum and a maximum value, and then it returns 0 for values that are below the minimum, 1 for values that are above the maximum, and a smooth region for everything in between. Now I'm going to code something, and then I'll explain to you how it works. So here, I'm going to delete the step node, then I'm going to get the light shadow transition size, multiply it by 0.5, then I'm going to get the light shadow threshold, drag a wire from it, get a subtract node, plug the multiply in the B input, then drag another wire, type
Just be subtract.
add, then
And we want an add.
plug the multiply node in this, and then I'm going to get the smooth step node, plug the result from the light buffer here. In the max, I'm going to plug
This goes into the value.
the add, the subtract, I'm going to plug the mean, and then I'm going to
This one's the min and this one's the max.
plug this in the emissive output of the material.
Now if we go here, yay, we get our nice hard shadows. Much better.
Then I'm going to add a small comment. I'm going to type light shadow transition. Okay, so here what we've done is exactly what we wanted. We take the transition size, this one, divided by 2, and remove it from the threshold to get a value of 0.4 that we plug in the min input. Then we get the transition size divided by 2 and add it to the threshold to get a value of 0.6 that we plug in the max input. So now if I go in the viewport, you will see that we have a smooth transition from black to white. Of course, here, if you want, you can still go back to a hard transition by setting the light shadow transition size to 0. So if I save and go back to the viewport, you will see that the transition is hard again. Okay, so now you can see the code that we've created so far as the new lighting of our scene. However, I think that you'll agree with me when I say that the black color for areas that are in shadow and white color for areas that are lit is a bit too harsh and not interesting at all. So to make this lighting more interesting, we are going to implement something that will allow us to tint the light and simulate, for example, a bluish lighting for when it's daytime and a slightly orange lighting for when it's the end of the day. So what's cool about the implementation that we've done is that since the value of the light amount is always between 0 and 1, all we have to do to achieve such a thing is to use a lerp node. So here I'm going to right-click, type lerp, and select linear interpolate, this one. Then I'm going to plug this in the alpha input, this in the emissive color, and here I'm going to press V on my keyboard and click in the graph to add a vector parameter that I'm going to rename to shadow tint. Then I'm going to select this, press Ctrl plus D on my keyboard to duplicate it, and I'm going to rename it to light tint. The light tint, I'm going to plug it in.
Okay, and this is and light tint.
The B input, the shadow tint in the A input. Then the shadow tint, I'm going to select this, change its color to, let's say, something like a gray color, put an alpha of 1. Here, and the light tint, I'm going to double click on it and select, let's say, a white color. Alpha at 1, press OK. And here, by doing this, we tell Unreal Engine that if the value from the smooth step is equal to 0, in other words, when a pixel is in a shadowed area, instead of setting its color to black, we change it to the color defined by the shadow tint parameter. On the other hand, if a pixel is in a lit area, instead of returning a white color, our shader will now return the color defined by the light tint parameter. And last but not least, for all the pixels that have a value different from 0 and from 1, the lerp node will blend the shadow tint and light tint based on the amount of light they receive. So for example, the color of a pixel that has a value of 0.3 will tend to be more like the shadow tint than the light tint, and the color of a pixel that has a value of 0.5 will be a perfect blend between the shadow tint and the light tint. So now things are starting to get really interesting. And if you go in the viewport and open the material instance, press Ctrl plus space, open the PPI tool shader. Here you can change the parameters, the light tint and the shadow tint. You can set them to interesting shadow and color tints to get a cool result. However, based on what you need to achieve, you might think that we have a small problem with the shader. Okay, so here it's a bit subtle, but if you try to move the camera around, maybe you'll find some weird artifacts appearing like inconsistent shadows, like you can see right here. So I've investigated this issue and found out that it was due to Lumen, the global illumination solution of Unreal Engine 5. Since Lumen calculates reflections and global illumination in screen space, I think that this causes inconsistency in the lighting. And to fix this, all you have to do is deactivate Lumen by going in the project settings. So edit, project settings right here. Then you go in engine, this, and search for rendering. And here, if you go down, you will see that you have global illumination and reflection set to Lumen. You can select this and set it to none, select the reflection method and set it to none instead of Lumen.
I think this will get rid of my overall artifacting where it was like doing weird shit with the lines.
And if you save it and go back to the viewport, you will see that there's no more artifacts going on in the scene.
Beautiful.
So of course, doing this will remove the global illumination in your project. So you need to make sure that you don't need it before deactivating Lumen. And just so you know, later in this video, I'll show you how to apply the effect only on some actors of the scene. So if you plan to apply this shader only on your characters, like in the game Genshin Impact, for example, then you can turn on Lumen since it doesn't seem to create these artifacts on skeletal mesh like the characters, for example. So as for me, I don't mind these inconsistencies in the lighting, so I leave Lumen turned on. Okay, so now that the new lighting of our scene is set up, we need to apply it to the scene. So applying a lighting to a scene is as simple as blending its color with the base color of objects by multiplying them together. So here we're going to get the scene texture node we used earlier to get the base color of the scene without any lighting applied to it. So I'm going to get this one, the scene texture base.
This makes sense. Now we do the multiply. And then we do the add and wait, what? Is it add? I don't think that it was add. I think that it was like a min max, wasn't it? Would this be a multiply maybe? Default to const b is not specified.
this color. I'm going to press Ctrl D on my keyboard to duplicate it, bring it right here. Then I'm going to multiply this by what we've created so far. So here I'm going to drag a wire from here, multiply, plug it right here, and this right there. So here Unreal Engine is giving us an error right here because the colors from the light and shadow tint parameters are composed of 3 components, red, green, and blue, whereas the one from the scene texture node is composed of those 3 components along with an alpha component that represents the opacity of the color. So to solve this error, all we need to do is remove the alpha component from the color of the scene texture node with the component mask node that we used earlier. So here I'm going to
Oh, that's why.
drag a wire from this type component mask. I'm going to plug this in the B input, and here I'm going to check the R, G, and B component so that we have 3 components.
Beautiful. Oh, right. This is a min. Right. I might have to make some changes there because certain pieces of this are just not working right. I don't like the jittering here. Huh.
In the color from the scene texture node. So here, if I save it and go in the viewport, you will see that the shader seems to work correctly. However, there's a problem with the way it works. Here, if I place, for example, a point light, I'm going to go right here, select lights, and place a point light in the scene.
Okay, let's just do this for now. This is kind of a this is a bit better, I think. Ah, that's not what I wanted. Keep up the grind. I'm working on it. I think this is the one that I have in here, maybe. I think we have to adjust the light. Because right now I think the light's not great. Yeah, whatever, we'll come back to it.
This way, for example, I have my point light right here. The lighting information is taken into account, but if I change the light's color to something like a pink color, you will see right here that the lighting color doesn't change. Okay, so to solve this issue, we're going to use a little trick that will allow us to add to this.
Let's add a light so we can mimic this. Oh wait, not a point light. Is it a spotlight? No, it's a point light, right? No, it's a spotlight that I wanted. Actually, maybe it is a point light. Or was it a directional light? No, it's definitely not a directional light. It's a spotlight. Okay, and then come into here. Let's make this a different color. You can see that it's not working, and now we're gonna go make it work. How long you been doing this? Like Unreal or this tutorial setup that I've been following? I've got a couple different things that we're doing here. I'm kind of merging like 2 or 3 different tutorials together. So here's kind of the tutorial that like, here's what I've got so far. I don't like this. So I'm going to actually probably use a different a different way of doing the lines, because it's a bit too, it's not quite what I'm looking for Unreal. I don't know, that's a hard question to answer, right? So the first time I kind of like looked at it, and I never built anything, but like the first time I kind of like poked it was I don't know, probably like long time ago, and I kind of have poked it periodically between then and recently, but about, I want to say 3 years ago, I kind of started actually playing with it and doing stuff with it, but I haven't actually really, like, it's always been off and on, but I've kind of been going pretty steady on Unreal since probably September. I'd kind of mark myself as like, I started working maybe like a year total. Yeah, give or take about a year, probably.
Result the original color that the scene had before we applied our toon shader on it. So here I'm going to put myself on the right side of the screen. I'm going to go back to my toon shader, and here what I'm going to do is that I'm going to duplicate the scene texture node right here, Ctrl+D. I'm going to select the post-process input 0 to get the color of the scene without any effect applied on it. Then I'm going to multiply to add the multiply node.
We're going to grab this again.
I'm going to right-click on the B input, select promote to parameter. I'm going to rename this new parameter to base render blend amount. I'm going to set its default value to 0.5. And then I'm going to add this to this, okay? By doing this, I'm going to add the color from the scene before the toon shader is applied on the toon shader. So here the base render blend.
Okay. I see what we're doing here. We take this, we're going to multiply it. There's a 0.5. We can promote that to a variable in a second here, and we're going to add, and this multiply, save. That changes a lot. Like a lot. Gets rid of a lot of some of the stuff I care about, I think.
blend amount allows us to define how much we want the original color of the scene to be added on top of the shader. If you don't want any color from it, you can set the base render
Promote to variable base render blend amount. Say 0.25. Save.
blend amount to 0. And if you want all the information from the base render, you can set it.
Oops. Save. I think that's a little bit better. You're supposed to be able to see through these, I think, or they have some level of something on them. Yeah, no, because Blender texturing and this are actually the same thing. This is essentially Blender texturing, because it's just Blender texturing is quite literally just using what would it be? I think there's a better way to do this light here, to be honest, but I don't know. I can, I've never played with it. I'm gonna probably process this a bit differently. At least I'm gonna try to. I just don't know how I'm going to process it, because I don't like what it's doing. So I'm gonna have to figure out how to do it slightly differently. I also don't think that I really like this, because like this adds a weirdness that bothers the fuck out of me. And you can see it, it's right there. So you can see it in the background there where you've got the fuzzy, like it where it's like shifting back and forth. And I don't know why it's doing that, but I'm sure that I can figure it out. But goddamn does it bother me. So also if I do this, if we take a look at this, we get a jump in performance. We're definitely taking a hit right this moment, but I think that if we do this and here we go back up. So I think we're going to back up at around 60 now. It's all the draw calls, really. I think this actually adds a lot where we've got our shadows properly. Though I think the shadows are a bit too harsh on the ground. So I'm going to have to figure that out too.
Its value to 1. So here, if I save and go back to the viewport, you can see that we have our pink lighting that appears on the rendering. Okay, so now that we have our base toon shader, now we are going to make it so the effect is not applied to things that are too far away from the camera, like the sky, for example. So first of all, we are going to create a parameter in the toon shader that will help us define the maximum distance at which the toon shading is applied. So here I'm going to right-click, type scalar parameter. I'm going to rename it to effect max distance, and I'm going to set its default value to a really big value, like let's say, for example, 500,000. It's all 500,000.
Effect max
1000. Okay, then we're going to get the scene depth node that will allow us to get the
Okay, scene depth.
depth of each pixel of the screen, and we are going to compare its value with the parameters by using a step node. I'm going to plug this.
Somebody just followed. Wow, thanks for the follow, man. Oh, wait, no, you raided. Thank you for the raid. It's good to see you. Thanks for the raid, Fox. Okay, so we're gonna screw that, and then this is going to be step. And we come down here.
The scene depth in the X, and the effect max distance in the Y input. So here, for each pixel that is farther than the effect max distance, the step node will return 1, and for pixels that are closer than the effect max distance, the step node will return 0. Now, all we need to do is tell Unreal Engine that we want to apply the shader on pixels for which the step node returns a value of 0, and not apply the shader on those for which the step node returns a value of 1. So to do something like this, I'm going to add a LERP node. I'm going to right-click, type linear interpolate, and just so you know, I can press L on my keyboard and left-click in the graph to add a LERP node. So here I'm going to plug the step in the alpha, then I'm going to plug the result of my toon shader in the A input, and here in the B input, I'm going to get the scene texture post-process input 0. I'm going to duplicate it to get the rendering from the scene without any effect applied on it. Then I'm going to drag a component mask, select R, G, and B, and plug this in the B input. Okay. By doing this, we say that if a pixel
Wait. This needs a mask again? We've already got it as a mask. There we go. This depth, sorry, this value is wrong because this is 0. 5. Maybe a couple more zeros. There we go. Save. I think it's still applying. Like it's still giving me weirdness. The day definitely looks like overcast.
is closer than the max distance, we get the toon shader, and if the pixel is farther than max distance, we get the rendering of the scene without any effect applied on it. So here, if I save it and go in the viewport, you will see that the skybox is not affected at all. So to better show you the result, I'm going to open the PPI toon shader, and let's say that I add a bluish color to the lighting or yellowish color. This one, if the pixel is farther than max distance.
Okay, so he's got one more 0 on his. Yeah, and then right. This is not correct, and no wonder it's not working. There we go. There we go. Now we don't have that blurry background.
We get the rendering of the scene without any effect applied on it. So here, if I save it and go in the viewport, you will see that the skybox is not affected at all. So to better show you the result, I'm going to open the PPI toon shader, and let's say that I add a bluish color to the lighting or yellowish color, this for example, and a pink color for the rest. You will see that the sky is not affected by the effect. Okay, so now we are going to add the ability to apply our toon shader only on some of the actors of the scene. This can be useful, for example, if just like in the game Genshin Impact, you want to apply the effect only on the characters and leave the environment as is without any toon shading applied on it. To be able to do something like this, we're going to use the custom depth buffer. And for those of you who don't
Okay. So we've got that, and now all we need to do is add the outlines. Because the second we add the outlines, it actually starts looking really nice, comparable. Like this looks quite 3D still. And I'm not sure if it's just, it might just be this. Like if I just do this. Does this make it look better? I think this might make it look better. It does get rid of our ability to cast the light. Maybe. Is there just like straight up a shadow one? Let's see what it looks like with this. Let's see what this looks like. Outside of this, the jankiness in that corner there, right? This works really nice. Seems to do it on points that are specifically small. So maybe the answer is to make things bigger. But there's a way to do this using like a couple other different things. So I might just do that and that might fix this problem. Such a hard decision. I need to do some chill research now. Materials. Oh, toon shaders. Shader neat. I really have no idea how to use shaders. Like I make a material and then I add a shader. Where does the material end and the shader begin? Technically, all materials are shaders. This is actually a material, right? So if I come into here and I put under here materials, this is actually a material in a material instance. So this is the same thing. It all depends on like how you do this. So this one here is a post-processing texture material, right? And then I've added it to this box, which is set to infinite. So if I go like this, we go back to regular, right? This is what this scene would normally look like. And then if I come into here, and I don't really like this system.
Don't know what the custom depth buffer is, you can see it as an additional depth buffer in which you can choose what actors of the scene you want to sample. And to better understand how it works, if I go here in the lit, select buffer visualization and show the custom depth, you will see that the screen becomes completely black since nothing was added to the custom depth buffer. If you want to add an actor to the custom depth buffer, you just have to select it in the viewport, and here in the details panel, you're going to search for custom and check the render custom depth pass option. As soon as you do it, you will see that the selected actor becomes gray, which means that it has successfully been added to the custom depth buffer. Okay, so now to make it work, I'm going to check if an actor is in the custom depth buffer or not in my toon shader. So here I'm going to go back to lit mode, then in my toon shader, I'm going to grab the code for the skybox and put it over here. Then here I'm going to right click, type scene texture, select the scene texture node, And here in the scene texture ID, I'm going to select the custom depth option. Then I'm going to drag a wire.
Okay, wait, what are we doing now? Oh, this is the custom stuff I don't actually care about.
I created the cleanest and most customized.
This guy actually did create a really nice shader for this. So I'm just gonna do that so you can all follow along with me.
Outline shader I could in Unreal Engine 5, and I'm going to teach you not only how to recreate it from scratch, but also how to understand every part of it so that you can go from this to this. By the end of this video, you'll be able to change the thickness of the outline strokes, you'll be able to change the color here, you'll also be able to apply the outline shader effect only on some of the actors of the scene, like you can see right here. You'll be able to modulate the thickness of the strokes so that they become thinner when an object is far away from the camera and thicker when it's close to the camera. You'll be able to prevent the strokes from being drawn on things that are too far away, like this cube and this sphere right here. You'll also be able to limit the artifacts that appear on the surface when the camera view is nearly parallel to it, like you can see right here. This is an effect that you can see on most of the shader that you can find on the internet. I will show you how to prevent this from happening. And last but not least, I'm going to show you how you can see on most of the shader that you can find on the internet. I will show you how to prevent this from happening. And last but not least, I'm going to show you how to do this. You will be able to select any actor of the scene and change to create on them. The edge detection process is a post-process color. With this tool, you'll be able to have infinite multicolored outlines. The outline shader we are going to create here with Unreal Engine 5 is a post-process effect that will analyze the scene texture, in other words, what is shown on screen, to detect edges in the scene and draw outlines on them. The edge detection process is pretty simple to understand and will work as follows. First, for each pixel of the screen, we're going to get its left, right, up, and down neighbors. Then, we are going to sample the depth of each of these 5 pixels and use this formula to calculate the depth variation rate that occurs around the current pixel. As you can see here, the more the depth varies around the given pixel, the bigger the result of this variation rate formula will be. Once the variation rate is calculated, all we need to do is compare its value to a given threshold, and if the variation rate is bigger than the threshold, this means that the depth varies a lot around this pixel, and therefore we can change its color to black to materialize an outline on this pixel. Okay, that's great, but if we only apply this edge detection method to our scene, we quickly see that our outline shader won't be able to detect some of the edges, like these ones, for example, that are located at places where depth doesn't vary a lot. To address this issue, we are going to combine our depth edge detection method with a normal edge detection method, which this time, as its name suggests, will be based on sampling the normals of a pixel and its 4 neighbors. I won't go into detail here, but just so you know, we are going to apply this formula, which will give us the normals variation rate, in other words, the orientation variation rate of the surface around the current pixel. Then, just like with the first edge detection method, if this normals variation rate is bigger than a given threshold, we'll change the color of the pixel to show that there's an outline there. Finally, once we have our depth edge detection method and our normal edge detection method, we can mix these two methods together to detect a lot more edges in the scene. Okay, so now that you know the gist of how our outline shader will work, we can start implementing it by creating a post-process material that will allow us to apply our effect to the scene. Oh, and before I forget, if you're a Patreon, you have access to the final Unreal Engine 5 project with all the useful comments to understand how the shader works. Volume. As you can see, as soon as we apply our outline shader to the scene, it becomes completely black. This is totally normal, since when Unreal Engine 5 is done processing the final render of the scene, before showing it on the screen, it sends this render. Okay, so now that we can access the scene texture processed by Unreal Engine 5, we are going to create a material function that allows us to get the current pixel and its up, down, left, and right neighbors. So here I'm in the post-process folder, I'm going to right-click, select new folder, and call it functions. In this folder, I'm going to right-click, select material, and then select material function right here. I'm going to rename it to MF for material function underscore get kernel, because we are getting the pixels of the convolution kernel, and then I'm going to open it. So here, since this material function is going to return the coordinates of the current.
Oh, this is a material function. So he's going to have a bunch of functions. I don't really want to go over this tonight. I'm going to have to go through this guy's stuff. Try and figure out exactly what I want. In the meantime, actually, you know what? I could just try and edit this one. Hmm. I don't understand the language. I think this is Spanish. What would this look like with 1? What about 2? No, definitely 3. Huh. Kernel half size. If I do, if I do this, what do we get? Oh wait, this probably needs a mask is why. Oh wait, no, this is, yeah, this is a mask. Oh wait. What if we take, what if we modify this? Right? Okay, so if I just, this works for our background, right? I like this. This works. This is our color, right? I should probably rewrite this into an actual node, right? So let's take a look at this. All right, and we can see the problem that we have is that this flickers. So if that's our problem, what's causing the flicker? So what was this? This was 0.15? This is 0.15. What if we make this 0. This? What if we make this 0.5? It's still happening. What did I use? Oh, wait, what if I do this as the base color? There's some problems right there. You know what? I bet this has to do with the sampling. Why is it blue? I'm gonna try something. I'm just curious as to what this looks like. Oh, this just inverts it. Okay. I think that actually fixed the problem. No, it did not. I think that made it worse. Wait, if I just don't lerp. What if I don't lerp at all? What happens if I don't lerp? We're still getting it here. And what happens if we do lerp? Huh. Still don't get the look that I'm going for anyways. It's not quite right. It's not quite right, and we get that weirdness. So we're going to skip that altogether. Just no. Okay. Move this down. We're going to go back to this like hour.
Pixel and its neighbors, we are going to add to get the current pixel and its up, down, left, and right neighbors. So here I'm in the post-process folder. I'm going to right-click, select new folder, and call it functions. In this folder, I'm going to right-click, select material, and then select material function right here. I'm going to rename it to mf for material function underscore get kernel because we are getting the pixels of the convolution kernel, and then I'm going to open it. So here, since this material function is going to return the coordinates of the current pixel and its neighbors, we are going to add outputs for each of these pixels. So here I'm going to rename the output result to center by going over here, center. Then I'm going to
Oh, this is output center.
select it and press Ctrl plus D on my keyboard to duplicate it. I'm going to rename it to left, change the sort priority to 1 right here. Then I'm going to duplicate it. Here, I'm going to rename it to right, sort priority of 2, duplicate it. I'm going to rename it to up. Sort priority, I'm going to set it to
Right and up. And down.
3 and duplicate it one last
So this would be 3. And this one would be 4.
time. Rename it to down and change its sort priority to 4. So here we have outputs for each of the neighbors of the current pixel. So here, as for the inputs, we are going to add only one, which will represent the thickness of the outlines strokes we want to draw. So here I'm going to right-click, type function input. I'm going to change its input type to scalar, since it's a simple number that will express the outlines thickness that we want. I'm going to rename it to
Scalar. There we go.
width here. So I won't go into detail about it, but just so you know, when detecting edges, the farther we search for neighbors around the current pixel, the bigger the outlines will be. So here I'm going to press 1 on my keyboard and click to add a constant. I'm going to connect it right here. I'm going to change its value to 1. And now we can start implementing it. So here, the easiest pixel from which we can get the coordinates is the current pixel. So here I'm going to right-click, type texture coordinate, get this one. I'm going to connect it right here. Then, now that we have the coordinate of the center pixel, let's try to find the coordinates of its right neighbor, this one. First, we need to create a horizontal offset. So I'm going to right-click, type constant, and select constant to vector. I'm going to set its R value to 1, and I'm going to add a comment called horizontal offset.
Wait, it's R value? What?
By setting its value to 1, so I'm going to right-click, type constant, and select constant to vector.
Oh, constant 2 vector.
I'm going to set its R value to 1, and I'm going to add a comment called horizontal offset. By setting
I think if I go like this and I do 2 and I just hold it down, we get it. Const. Yeah, that's fine. 2.
value value to 1, it's R value to 1, we create an offset to the right. This constant holds the direction we need to go to make an offset to the right. And now to determine how far we want to search for a neighbor, we're going to multiply this direction by the input width. So here I'm going to select this. I'm going to add a multiply node. Here I'm going to connect it right here. Then, before adding this offset to the coordinates of the current pixel, we need to multiply it by the size of the pixel on screen. So here I'm going to multiply, and I'm going to get the scene pixel size. This represents the size of a pixel on screen. Why do we need to do this? It's because if you have a 1080p resolution on your 4K monitor, a pixel will be bigger than if you had the same resolution on a 720p monitor. So finally, once it's done, we can multiply this by -1 to create an offset to the left, and then add these two values to the center coordinates to get its neighbors. So here, I'm going to get the coordinates of the center pixel. I'm going to add the offset that we calculated, then multiply by -1 to get the left neighbor. And then I'm going to add the same coordinate without the -1 multiplication here to get the right neighbor. And there we go.
Okay, give me a second here. There we go. Now we've got two of them. Oof, I don't like this already. But here we go. I think what we're going to do is we're going to go in and try and replicate this, but in a code, a custom code node, and go from there.
So now that we know how to get the coordinates of the left and right neighbors, we can apply the same method to get the up and down neighbors. So here I'm going to select all of these, press Ctrl plus D on my keyboard. Then here for the horizontal offset, I'm going to put the R value to 0 and the G value to 1 so that we have a vertical.
Mm-hmm.
Offset. So this offset goes to the bottom. So this is the neighbor from the bottom of the current pixel. So here I'm going to multiply by the width to know how far we want to search for a neighbor. Then I am going to multiply by the size of the pixel on screen. And finally, I'm going to multiply by -1 to get the up neighbor here. And then I'm going to get the same result without -1 multiplication to get the down neighbor. And voila. Now that we can get the...
Okay, so this would be the up and the down. Now, I think I already know how to fix this, so it's actually just a code. Okay, so we can look at this and say, hey, this is what it's supposed to look like. Now if we go and drop down our custom code, right, we have this custom code node. Actually, what was the other custom? No, it's just this. Okay. So what we're going to do is, what is this? A scalar? Scalar? What is the type of scalar? Scalar type. Oh, it's just a float. Okay, so it's a float. Okay, so we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. So if we do this, we want to output 4 values. So we're going to output a float. Where's my editor? Oops. Why is this 2 different windows? It's weird. Okay, file, new text file. We're just going to say C++. We're going to come into here, and we want to start by taking in a, I think it's a float too, right? do. Okay, input text screen thing, right? Texture screen. Where's the value being passed in? Okay. So if we come back into here, got the input width, right? So this is what we want. We want this to be input width. There. Now, how do I grab a value into Unreal's texture here? Unreal Engine custom custom material node. Get that passed in value. Get passed in value. Add access material. Oh, there it is. Text sampler. Oh, I see how this works. These are all floats. And then we use texture sample. In this case, I just want a float, right? Let's be input width. Unreal Engine custom material get float get float parameter. Unreal Engine custom node.
Today, I'm going to show you the basics of using custom HLSL code in Unreal and Unity. Let's go.
I don't know if he does
Both
Unreal
and
first.
Unity have a node in their shader editor that allows you to use your own custom HLSL code. In Unreal, it's
I will be right back. In the meantime, we're going to go like this. I am back. All right, let's do this. What the? Oh, yeah. It's unrelated to me. I don't know why I got pinged in that. Okay, here we go.
It's just called custom. They both work pretty similarly. The idea is that you can write code in HLSL and include it in your graph. There are a couple of reasons that you might want to do this. First, to reduce the amount of spaghetti in your graph. You can represent complex formulas with just a little bit of code instead of dozens of nodes. And so if you want to compress a lot of graph logic into just a single node, you can use a custom code node. Second, if someone gives you a bunch of HLSL code that you want to use, so for example, if you find a function on the web or a teammate hands you a function that you need to use in your shader, you can just copy and paste it into a custom code node instead of trying to go through the process of translating it into a node graph instead. And then finally, you might want to use a custom code node to get around the limitations of node-based shader creation. So for example, there are some things that aren't possible to do using nodes that you can do with a custom code node. And we'll get into that a little bit later. So first, let's take a look at the custom code node in Unreal, and then later on we'll switch over to Unity and I'll show you how to do the same thing there. So this is our custom code node, and we can just right-click in here and type custom, and it comes right up. And the first thing that I want to do is go over the options. So if we select our node here, you can see that the first box that we get in the details panel down here is for our code. And right now, this is basically the most basic code you can write. So our code just says 1, and it's returning 1, and that means it's white. And if we change this to 0, now it's returning black because that's 0. So we're giving it either 0 or 1, and our code is running correctly, and it's giving us the results. We'll just wire this into our base color on our root node there, and you can see that now it's giving us a color of white. And again, we can change this to black, and it's giving us a color of black. All right, so here we define the output type, and so we have several different options: float 1, float 2, float 3, float 4, and material attributes. We're just going to leave that on float 3 for now, which means it's giving us a value that is a color, getting RGB as our output. If we want to actually make this a color instead of just a single value, I can type the word float and then some parentheses, and now I can give it an R, a G, and a B value. So I'm going to give it a 1 for the red channel, a 0 for the green channel, and a 0 for the blue channel. So here I've got float 1, 0, 0. I'm sorry, I need to make this a float 3. There we go. And now I'm specifying 1 for red and 0 for green and blue, and so we're getting a red color. Makes sense, right? And if I give it 1 for the green channel, now I'm getting red 1 and green 1, which gives me yellow. And if I give it a 1 for the blue channel, now I'll get white because I'm giving it a 1 in all 3 channels. And this can keep going. You know, we can have all kinds of fun putting in different colors, but this is how it works if you want to output a color. Next, I have a description, and this is just a word that shows up on the top of my box here. Custom is fine for now, but if you have, if you've entered some interesting code here and you want to give that code a name, you can name your function there, my custom function, and it'll show up just like that. All right, next we have our inputs. And right now you can see I have an array of inputs, and my first one shows up here with a name of none. You can see I have an input there on the right. If I delete this, now my custom function has no inputs, but I need inputs, so let's make an input here. And if I open this up, you can see it gives me a slot for defining the name for my input, and I can just call this whatever I want, my input, and it shows up right there. Now you can see I've got an error, and the reason I have an error is because I have an input with no connection. So if I want to hold down 1 and click, it'll give me a value, and now I can connect that into...
Okay, so we want to do input width. Okay, yeah, so I'm passing it in.
my input, and my error goes away. Custom code nodes need their inputs connected, or else they like to complain with errors. Now, if I actually want to use this value, you can see here I've named it my input, and if I copy this and paste it up here, now it's going to be using my input, and so I can change.
Oh, that's all I have to do? Okay. So this is just input width. Right? And then, yeah, as long as it's the same, we're good, right? We're golden. Oops. So we do this. Input width. Good, 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 good. Oops. There. I gotta stop doing that. Okay, so let's take a... I'm just gonna move this over to my other screen so I can see it. Okay, so... I'm going to start here. Input width scalar. That's good. What we want to do is just return. Let's just return the input width for now. There we go. We've got a 1 because this is a 1, but if we do a 0.5, what do we get? This should be black, should it not? 0. Oh, there we go. We got black. This is a 1. What do we get back? Shouldn't this be like a 1? Like, okay, what did he put? Oh, it's lowercase. I think it's lowercase. Yeah. There we go. So now if I take this and replace this with this, we get red. There we go. Beautiful. Okay, so we're on the right track here. So now if I come over here, right, well, the first thing that we're going to do is we have our constant. We have a float 2, right? Float 2, we'll say... float. I gotta stop doing that. There. Input's fine. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna say, okay, so we want to multiply so this one is float this multiplied by input width. Then that gets output to multiply by scene text. What would this be? Input text scene text size. Unreal Engine scene textile size. Hmm. Is this a float? How do I see the type? How do I see the type? One, let's get rid of some of these. We're not going to be using like any of these going forward for a while. There we go. Unreal Engine view material view node data. So it's just a debug. Let's see if this works. What happens if we take a, let's say we do this and we push this into here. Okay, that's bad. That's not what we want. What about Okay, this works. So I think this is also a float. Oh, you know what? I think it's a float because if I do this, scalars are red, so maybe it is a float. So this would be or Unreal Engine custom material get whatever. We're gonna pretend this is that. Good. Beautiful. Um, that's a float 3. I think. Or is it a float 2? It's a vector 2. There we go. Oh, this is beautiful. Okay, so if we go back to here, we know that this is going to be a vector 2, which actually we should have known that it was a vector 2, so we're going to multiply by it, right? Then this would be scene textile size, right? then we need to multiply by -1 for the up, and then add it. Oh, wait. There we go. Wait, we need multiples? Where's my other one? This one. Ah, we need 4 values. And we need the textile coordinates. That's fine. This is fine. This is fine. Okay, so we need one more node. And this will be text chord. And I think text chord is also a vector 2D. Text chord. No. Whatever. I believe that this is a 2D value as well. So then we'll do text chord in like this. And then this is going to have multiple outputs, but I'm not sure exactly how we're going to do that yet. Okay. So there, that's one. And then this one here would be times input width times scene texel size. That's fine. We do a float 2. And this would be, what would these two together be? Um, input width. And then we've only multiplied this once instead of twice. Oops. Okay, and now we need the multiply one of them by, okay, so then we'd have a float 4, right? And it would be, and this would be a return. And we would be adding them all together and outputting them. So we would do, so this would be right, left, right, multiplied by text chord, or sorry, multiplied by -1 plus text chord. There we go. This is the code that we just wrote. Right? So if I come in here and I copy this and I come into here and I paste this. That's not what I wanted. That, and then this outputs a that. Then I delete this, and then we split. This is supposed to be a vector 4. Oh. Interesting. This only splits colors. Okay, beautiful. Love it. 10 out of 10. Okay, so how do I return separate values here? Okay, so this would be right. This would be left. This would be up. And this would be down. These would all be float 2s. Oh, wait. We should also have center. But center should be the top one. There we go. Then what we do is, wait. Where's our return value? Actually, wait. I know exactly what we're going to do. Instead of returning that there, what we're going to do is we're going to just delete this one. Delete. There, no center. There we go. And we're going to do return text chord. Right? And then here we have right equals this. Left equals that. Up equals that. And down equals that. Okay, and let's see if this works. Unreal Engine. Unreal Engine custom material node returns.
change my input to 1. And now you can see I've got my input showing up over here, or I could change it to 0.5. And it's giving me gray. I gave it a value of 0.1. There we go. So we got a value of dark gray. So it's basically just taking
Oh, it's
what I'm passing
additional
in.
outputs. Oh, would this be maybe like this? Is it maybe this? Well, I think everybody just called it a night. Yeah, Rem raided somebody. Night Aku. Right, left, up. Oh wait, this is supposed to be down. Damn it, I keep doing that and it's gonna keep driving me fucking batty. Okay, so it looks like this is not what I want. Oh, there we go. So this is wrong. Oh, wait, maybe it's not. There's definitely something wrong. This looks the same. Like this looks right, but this doesn't. Because if I Oh, wait. This is supposed to be like this. This. So okay. Oops. Actually, what I should do, right? This is what I should do, because this would be the right way to do this, right? Is I go like this, right? And then I bring this up here like so. And then this goes into text chord. Okay, so this is fine here, right? And then let's look at platform statistics. Stats. Subtrace not enabled. What? Unreal Engine subtrace not. Wait. That's not what it says, does it? Subtrate not subs not enabled.
The project settings. So right now this is a Unreal Engine 5.2 project. So you need to go to Edit, Project Settings, and you need to search for Substrate. And under the engine rendering, you're going to see Substrate, Substrate Materials. You have to click this checkbox, okay? Now before I go ahead and click this checkbox, I'm just going to go ahead and show you currently our current material setup. So if I go to Starter Content, Materials, and open up this, material, brick, clay, new. So if I open that up, you're going to see that we have, our material node. There's a bunch of stuff that's plugged into it. And pretty much we have our base color, metallic, specular, roughness, all of our normal inputs, okay? So I'm going to leave this open like this, and then I'm going to go ahead and go to my project settings and search for substrate. And we're going to see the differences between a substrate material and, just our regular material. So I'm going to go ahead and click this checkbox. It's going to say, it's experimental. Click OK. And then we're going to have to restart our project, so we'll go ahead and click Restart Now. Okay, so I went ahead and restarted. Now if I go ahead and open up Brick, Material, Clay, New, and now you can see that it looks a little...
Oh, this is not what I want. Unreal Engine. You know what? I don't even care if this is more performant. I think that this ends up being the same. You know what? I think we're good. I think we're good. Save. If we go into here and we add it, mf get kernel. It's my material function. You know what? Just fuck it. Even if it's not, I just don't care. I think it is, but I don't have proof. And I'm not gonna lie, I don't care because I would rather have it as a code. This makes sense to me better. There we go.
convolution kernel, we can move on to the implementation of the depth edge detection method. Okay, so back in my content browser, in my functions folder, I'm going to right-click, create a new material function by going to materials and select material function. I'm going to rename it to mf for material function underscore detect edges underscore depth. Then I'm going to open it, and this function will apply the formula we saw earlier and will return a value of 1 if the current pixel is on an edge and 0 if it's not. So first we need to create two inputs. So I'm going to right-click, function.
Okay, so he wants another function. Interesting.
Input. I'm going to rename it to thickness, change its type to scalar. I'm going to put a constant of 1 to say that we want outlines of size 1 pixel, and this input represents the desired thickness for the outline.
This is going to be a scalar value again.
Outline of 1 to say that we want thickness, change its type to
Oh, here we go.
scalar. I'm going to put a constant of 1 to say that we want outlines of size 1 pixel, and this input represents the desired thickness for the outline strokes. Then we're going to create another input, right-click, function, select function input, set it to scalar 2, and change its name to threshold. I'm going to add another constant. This time I'm going to put a value of 4, and this input represents the threshold to which we are going to compare the result of our formula. And as a reminder, if the result is greater than the threshold, the current pixel is on an edge. Okay, so now that we have everything
Threshold.
we need, we can apply the formula we saw earlier. So here, I'm going to apply everything we saw from the slides earlier. I'm going to select in my post-process functions. I'm going to get kernel. I pressed Control and Space for information so that you can summon the content browser. Control Space. I'm going to get the mf underscore get kernel. I'm going to drag it in my graph. Then in the width input, I'm going to plug the thickness input of my material function. And here I'm going to sample the depth of each of the pixels. So here I'm going to right-click, select scene depth. I'm going to duplicate it 4 times so that we have 5. I'm going to sample the scene depth of the center pixel, the left pixel, the right pixel, the up pixel.
I feel like this can be all done together at some point here. All right, we're gonna probably do some friggin' collapsing here. There we go, all of them there. Beautiful.
Pixel and the down pixel. Then the formula says that we need to multiply the depth of the center by 4. Here, we need to multiply it by 4, and we need to add the scene depth of all the neighbors together. Here, press Ctrl plus D to duplicate. Here, Ctrl plus D.
Oops. Multiply by 4. And then add. Okay.
D. And finally, if we subtract this value by the scene depth of the center pixel multiplied by 4 and apply an absolute node to this, we get
Subtract.
the formula we saw earlier. So here the scene depth node allows us to sample the depth of a specific pixel based on its coordinates. So here we have the main version of the formula that I've shown you earlier, which will draw outlines at the center of an edge. I'm going to take it a bit further by showing you how to draw inside and outside outline strokes. So you see the modification we need to apply are pretty simple. Here, all I have to do is that I need to delete the abs node. Here, I'm going to get the subtract and put it over here. And here I'm going to duplicate it, put the multiply 4 on the A and this one on the B. So you have
Wait, what? Oh, we're doing a second one. Oh, because we're flipping it. Sorry.
one where you subtract this value by this value, and one where you subtract this value by this value. Then here I'm going to right click, type switch parameter. I'm going to rename it to inside strokes depth outlines. I'm going to duplicate it and rename it to outside strokes depth outlines.
Wait. This is not the right one. Inside strokes. Outside strokes.
Here I'm going to add a constant, type constant. I'm going to plug this value of 0 in the false pin of both the switch parameters and plug this into the outside strokes and this into the inside strokes. Then what I have to do,
Okay, so we need a constant of 0. And this will go into the false, into the false. This will go into the true. This will go into the true.
is that I have to get the max node here and plug it right here like this. Okay, so here I've added parameters that will appear in the post-process material instance PPI outline shader that we created earlier. To show both types of strokes, by default, we are going to change their default value to true. So I'm going to select both of them. And here, the default value, I'm going to check it. You will see that this will turn to true right here. And now that we have the result of our formula, we just need to compare this to the threshold. So I'm going to get the input threshold right here. And I'm going to add a step node. Right-click, step. Then I'm going to plug the max into the X input and the threshold into the Y input. And finally, plug the result into the output. Result. This will create an error, but don't mind it, it's a false positive. And what the step node will do is output a value of 1 if the result, so this, the result of this, is greater than the threshold. If it's not greater than the threshold, it will return 0. So all we
Wait.
here, like this, here, to check it. You will see threshold right here, and I'm going to add a step node.
Sorry.
Right-click, step. Then I'm going to plug the max into the X input and the threshold into the Y input. And finally, plug the result into the output result. This will create an error, but don't mind it, it's a false positive. And what the step node will do is output a value of 1 if the result, so this, the result of this, is greater than the threshold. If it's not greater than the threshold, it will return 0. So all we have here is an edge detection method that works correctly. So this will return 1 if we have an outline and 0 if we don't have an outline on the current pixel. Okay, so now that our depth edge detection method function is done, we can call it in our outline shader. So I'm going to close this one, close the kernel, and here in my PP outline shader,
Well, this is a post-processing material. So this is actually going to be working that way. So I guess at the end of the day, maybe it just doesn't matter. Yeah. It's a warning.
I'm going to drag.
Okay, so then if we do this, okay.
Drag, press Ctrl plus space on my keyboard, and drag the detect edges depth here. I'm going to
Detect edges.
right click, select promote subparameter, this one. Here I'm going to rename it to threshold depth outline. I'm going to put it to a value of 4. Then I'm going to right click on thickness, click on promote subparameter, rename it to
Oh, these are already great. Wait, why does this have an S? I don't care about the S. Here we go.
thickness depth outlines, set it to a value of 2.
Oh wait, this is sure. The DO is depth outlines. That makes
And to visualize
sense.
the result, we can connect
Oh, and he wants default value here of 4. Makes sense. And this one should be 2. Beautiful.
the output to the emissive color of the parameter. Here, if I click save, as you can see here in the
Let's see if this just works. it it does kind of just work. Let's see what this looks like with this. If we, I think we just need a -1 add. And then we add. And then if we go between these two, we'll get both. And let's take a look at what this looks like. Then we hit play. We do have some flickering. I do see a problem. There's some problems that we see, definitely. We're not really seeing anything at certain angles, like right here, we don't see anything. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to add in some geometry here to make this work better. There we go, look at that. See, we're missing some stuff. Okay.
In the viewport, the edges are detected correctly since everything is black, except for the parts where there are outlines strokes. So you can go to the viewport, main viewport, and you will see that it works correctly. So now, if you want to apply the outlines above the default render of the scene, we're going to use a LERP node, linear interpolate. So here, I'm going to right-click, type linear, and select linear interpolate, this one. I'm going to plug it in here. The color, I'm going to plug it right here in the LERP, and the detect edges depth, I'm going to plug it in the alpha input. So here we tell Unreal Engine that for each pixel of the screen, if the alpha parameter of the LERP is equal to 0, which means that the edge...
Oh, that's better. You know what? That might just fix the problem. Let's try that. Instead of a min, because that might be actually what's causing the problem. No, it's still happening. Would this maybe be like an where we add it back? No, because he's...
detection didn't find any edge there, we can change its color to what's plugged into the A parameter of the LERP, which is the color of the pixel as it is.
That's better. They're all white. But hey, it's working.
Sent to the shader. However, if the alpha equals 1, then we set its value to 1, which represents a white outline. So if we want to change the color of the stroke, we just need to plug a different color in the B parameter. So here I'm going to right-click, type vector parameter, this one. I'm going to rename it to color depth outlines. Then I'm going to plug it in the B, and you will get an error. So here we get an error that is due to the fact that the scene texture outputs a color composed of red, green, blue, and alpha, whereas in the color parameter that we created here, we just created it with only red, green, and blue colors. So to solve this error, we need to add a component mask. So here I'm going to drag a node here and type component.
There we go. We don't need the -1. Oh, this is better. Still have those fighting edges, but this is better. And so far we're running better. Actually, we might be running about the same. Let's see what this looks like if we come through here and just move this up. here like so. And instead of doing this, we bring in just this. Oops. Yeah. Don't want this. If we bring in just this into this alpha here, it's not quite right. I don't have the edges that I want. Yeah, we don't have it exactly the way that I want, so I'm going to continue following this other guy's tutorial for now.
Mask, and we are going to mask out the alpha. Right here, you select red, green, blue. This will get the color from here, which is composed of red, green, blue, and alpha, and we remove the alpha parameter. So now if I plug it right here, you will see that we don't get the error anymore. Here, if you go to the viewport, you open the PPI outline shader. If you select the color depth outlines, click on it, and change its color to red, for example, you will see that the outlines of the scene become red. Okay, so now that our depth edge detection function is finished, we can implement our normals edge detection function. So here in my functions folder, I'm going to right click, select materials and material function. I'm going to rename it to mf_detect edges_normal. I'm going to open it. And
Okay, let's do that.
And just like with the depth edge detection function we created earlier, this function
Wait,
will
wait,
return
wait. That's not what I wanted. There we go.
on if the current pixel is on an edge, and 0 if it's not. So since the inputs are the same as the depth edge detection function, I'm just going to open it, press Ctrl plus space on my keyboard, open the depth edges detection depth. I'm going to select the two inputs, the threshold one and the thickness input, press Ctrl plus C on my keyboard, go to detect edges normal, press Ctrl plus V. This will paste here both the inputs, and I'm going to
Oh, wait, it's and here.
modify the preview value of the threshold to 1. Okay, so now we are going to apply the detection formula, but before doing so, we need to sample the normals of the current pixel and its neighbors. To do so, we are going to use the scene texture node we saw earlier. So here I'm going to press Ctrl plus space, get the kernel, the convolution kernel. I'm going to plug the thickness into the width input, and here I'm going to right-click, select scene texture, and here in the scene texture ID, I'm going to select this time the world normal. This will get the normal map of the screen. So here, if I plug the center into the UVs, we are sampling the normal of the pixel that is placed.
Wait. Scene texture world normals. Oh, wait. Still want that. Scene texture. It's not this. It's this. There we go.
At the center. So here I'm going to press Ctrl plus D to duplicate it 4 times. And here I'm going to sample the normal of the left neighbor, right neighbor, up neighbor, and down neighbor. So here by setting the scene texture ID.
Okay, so I'm just gonna organize this real quick here. This is something that we shouldn't be recalculating all the time. Okay, so if this is a 1 and this one's a 1, we should be reusing it and not recalculating it. but we're recalculating it. So
To
that
normal, we can
sucks.
sample the normal of a pixel based on its coordinates. Now, if you remember well, in order to apply the detection formula, we need to make the sum of the distances between the normal of the current pixel and the normals of its neighbors. So here I'm going to get the center here. I'm going to type distance. I'm going to get utility distance right here. This one. I'm going to get it.
This just be a D maybe? No, D's divide.
Duplicate the center here. I'm going to type distance. I'm going to get utility distance right here.
Utility distance.
This one. I'm going to get it. Duplicate it 3 times. 2 times. For normal here. Right here, I'm going to get the distance from the normal of the center pixel to the normal of the left pixel, the distance from the center pixel to the normal of the right, and etc. Here and here.
Okay, so what he's doing is he's doing this.
Now that we get the distance from the normals of the center pixel to its neighbors one, I'm going to add them together. So here I'm going to type add, get this one, duplicate it, add these ones together, duplicate it again, and add this one. And finally, just like with the first edge detection method, we're going to compare this result to the threshold. So here I'm going to right click, add a step node, plug it right here. So here, if you remember well, if the result of this formula is greater than the threshold, this will return 1. If not, this will return 0. So just a quick note, for this function, we're not going to implement the ability to get inside or outside strokes like we did with the depth edge detection method, because it's not useful. It's as simple as that. Okay, so now that our new edge detection method is done, we can implement it into our shader. So here I'm going to go to my PP outline shader. I'm going to add, to press Ctrl and space on my keyboard, get.
What just happened? That's something you don't see all the time. That shouldn't happen. I think I've got it. I think I got it saved. You know what though? It's totally a problem with my yeah. It's that one node. It's that one node that causes the problem. This one here is the problem. But like what file, like where is it exactly? I want to know where. This is going to crash. But it doesn't tell me where in the file. Like where in it that is it causing the problem? Because it's not a particularly long file. Yeah, one sec. 29.
to this input here and outputting the value as my input. All right, let's do some things that are a little bit more interesting. Another thing that you can do with the custom node here is you can use basic HLSL intrinsic functions. So over here, I've got the term lerp and a, b, and t. So let's go ahead and copy and paste this code. I'm just going to paste lerp a, b, and t. And now you can see my render ball here has turned the default gray checkerboard. Anytime you see that, it means your code is not working correctly because you're not getting any good result. And so what I need to do here is I have defined these terms a, b, and t, and these are inputs, but I haven't actually created them down here. So I'm going to define some inputs now, a, and I'll add another one, and we'll call it b, and I'll add another one, and we'll call it t. All right, so now I've got my a, b, and t inputs, and I'm using a lerp here, which is the same as the linear interpolate node. So there's my linear interpolate and my custom version of that. I'm going to change the custom name here just to lerp. So now that I know I've got this lerp code in here, and I've defined my values a, b, and t. So let's just go ahead and fill in some values for that. We'll give ourselves a couple of colors here. Maybe we'll make this one kind of red and plug it in, and we'll copy and paste another one. Boy, in Unreal 5.1, some of these nodes have gotten really big. Let's go ahead and make this one blue, and we'll plug it in. And now we need to blend between red and blue, so I'm just going to give myself a value here and plug it in as well. Maybe we'll give it a value of 0.5. And now what you're going to see is I'm blending between red and blue with a value of 0.5, so I get a nice medium mix, which gives me purple. And so what I've done here with my custom node is I basically just exactly copied the functionality of the built-in lerp node with my custom HLSL node. Now, I could do some more advanced things here, like I could multiply this by 0.5 and make it darker. Maybe multiply it by 0.1 and make it even darker. Maybe I can add 3, and now it's going to be a lot brighter. So I can just keep going and continue to add more math here, and I can build this up. Whereas here, I would have to do that with nodes if I were going to do it outside my custom node. All right, there are a lot of built-in intrinsic functions that you can use like this. I've shown you that you can use the term lerp here, but you can also use min, max, saturate, clamp, abs for the absolute. So a lot of the nodes that you're already familiar with in the shader in the graph here, you can use similar terms as intrinsic functions.
Okay, so what we're going to do, and I don't know why that keeps happening. No, we do not want to open them. Again, we want to go to edge detection. What we want to do is we want to, not that one. We're going to come over to here and we're going to stop doing this. Move this custom down and away because this one's the problem node. Going to refresh his tutorial.
Depth edge detection method because it's not useful. Material, and then select material function by the width to know how far.
Okay, and then I'm going to go ahead and redo what he did because we need that at this point, right? To see if it's just something fucky that I did maybe. 1. No, this is 2. This is 1. Oops. And then we need one down here, and this one's going to be there. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to multiply this. What? I think it's just this. Okay.
we want to search for a neighbor. Then I am going to multiply by the size of the pixel on screen. And finally, I'm going to multiply by -1 the down neighbor. And voila.
Okay, I do actually want to come by and fix this at some point. So we will do that eventually. This works, but this worked, but it was crashy, and I have to go figure out how I'm going to debug it. So save. Now if I open up this one, it shouldn't crash anymore. I just have to redo this entirety of everything here. So that node is broken. Why does it keep doing this? No, I don't want to open all three. One of them was busted. One of them's like actually broken. I don't want to, but we'll delete it anyways. Just for now. We're gonna come back. We're about to crash. Oh shit. Watching the shader Bob Ross, Ben Crowd. How does it crash in the first place? Can't be the content of it, can it? Shaders typically do not crash an entire application unless they cause GPU hang / TDR or do something illegal. I am not sure because I cannot delete this. So we save. This one's good. This one here is saying this, but he said that this shouldn't be a problem. But maybe this is a problem. But no, because I think the one that I'm working on doesn't have this. What if I just do this? And now this isn't illegal anymore, right? We're not doing anything potentially illegal. Therefore, this one should allow us to open it now. And it's going to crash. I don't know why it's doing this. I thought that it was my code. Let's crash it again. We'll find out in a second here. I still don't know. I want that to stop happening. All right, it's about to crash. Do. Material expression C++. Okay. has to do with the translator. Material shader. See, these are all Unreal Engines. Like all of this so far is Unreal Engine side. And I know it's a problem with my stuff, right? Or at least I'm assuming it's a problem with my stuff, but I can't find my stuff here. Yeah, I'm not disputing that it's hinting at what's going on, but I'm having trouble finding where it's hinting at what's going on here. Because usually it would point at least something that's one of my problems, right? I wish that it was large. Actually, I have a way for this to be larger. Wait, watch this, watch this. Do you think I can just delete the file? If I go in and just like straight up delete the file, do you think that would work? Wait, where the fuck did I stash this game? Is this on my Z drive? Oh, it is on the Z drive. Z. Anime test. Content. Shaders. This one specifically. we're gonna try just wholesale deleting it and see what happens. Yeah, but it won't let me fix anything. It's like, hey, you want to delete it? Crash. You want to open it? Crash. You want to do anything? Crash. And I'm just like, why do you hate me? Material functions. MF. Oops. MF. Edges. Normal. Okay. Input. Well, at least we know where it was crashing. Scene texture. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So look at that. We're not crashing anymore.
the normals of the center pixel to its neighbors one. I'm going to add them together. So here I'm going to type add in this one, duplicate it, add these ones together, duplicate it again, and add this one. And finally, just like with the first edge detection method, we're going to compare this result to the threshold. So here I'm going to write
Okay, and what was this one called again? Thickness. Input, scalar, hold.
click, add a step node, plug it right here. So here, if you remember well, if the result of this formula is greater than the threshold, this will return 1. If not, this will return 0. So just a quick note, for this function, we're not going to implement the ability to get inside or outside strokes like we did with the depth edge detection method, because it's not useful. It's as simple as that. Okay. So now that our new edge detection method is done, we can implement it into our shader. So here I'm going to go to my PP outline shader.
Wait.
Yeah. Inside or threshold, in this one.
Oh, right. These are colors. I don't want these to be colors. I want this to be world normal. Hmm. Okay, so far, we're not crashing anymore. Oh yeah, no, it totally crashed on custom HLSL stuff, but then it couldn't update. So I wrote custom HLS. Skip this. This was my custom HLS. So it was crashing in this. So I'm guessing maybe it was an input that wasn't being pushed in properly or something like that. I don't know. I'll have to go through. I'm actually just going to rewrite all this code in anyways. Yeah, probably. It was probably one of these wasn't done right or something. I don't know.
Duplicate it, add these ones together, duplicate it again, and add this one. And finally, just like with the first edge detection method, we're going to compare this result to the, if not, this will return 0. Depth edge, it get the detect. I'm going to go to my PP outline shader. I'm going to add
How's your shader stuff when it comes to Unreal, by the way? Like, do you know HLSL for Unreal? Because, like, can you get this within Unreal? I feel like the answer should be yes. Like, I think I should be able to get these values, right? Ah, so you do the good work.
You press Ctrl and space on my keyboard. Get the detect edges normal here. I'm going to right click on thickness, promote to parameter. Going to rename it to thickness normal outlines. I'm going to put a default value of 1.6. Then I'm going to right click on threshold, promote parameter. I'm going to rename it to threshold normal outlines. I'm going to change its default value to 1. Okay, and here if you want to combine this edge detector with the code.
Yeah, no, that was really
We
bad.
just need to add another lerp with the color we want to apply to the edges that it detects. So here I'm going to right click, type linear interpolate, take this one. I'm going to plug it right here and plug it right here. I'm going to right click, type vector parameter. I'm going to type color normal outlines. I'm going to plug it right here and plug it.
I'm kind of curious as to what you would suggest for some of this stuff. Convert to parameter. Wait. This is just a regular value. This isn't this isn't what I want. Yeah, no. No, you don't get to be that. You get to be this. And this we're going to convert to a parameter, and this will be color. No. Imagine this was like 1,000 nodes. Oh God, I don't even want to think about it. Validate, but on fail, just display an error material instead of having a crash asset. Assert. Always better not to crash for a good user experience. I agree. Do you work on an engine that you can talk about, or is it like one of those black box engines, like Frostbite or something like that? I actually have a question for you, and it will depend. And you might actually be able to at least point me in the right direction, because it's something that's bothering me, and I'm not sure how to fix it. To be fair, I'm not even sure like how to Google it, because I don't know what's causing the problem. It has been brutal for the last 2 years with all the layoffs and the hiring freezes. Oh, I can imagine. Okay, so I have a question for you. And if this doesn't get, oh, it's not fixed. Okay, so I don't know if you can really see it, but here you see how things are fighting, like moving? You have any idea what might be causing that? Because, like, I got it all the way, all over the fucking place, and it's driving me batty. Oh, this crashed in such a nice way where it didn't save some of my work. Oh, I love it so much. So much love. Cube. Hmm. Could be a lack of temporal stability with TAA or similar. Could also just be some noise like aliasing happening, considering it's very small here. Although this aliasing wouldn't keep moving unless to reconditioning, brace conditioning. Could be. Do you have Oh God. TAA is an anti-aliasing, right? Yeah, apparently I've got one of them on. Should we go for none? Hey, that fixed the problem. That one's bad. That one's bad too. This is the best of a bad situation. I hate it. I think this one's potentially the best. Yeah, this one's the best. Oh, it's so bad though. That's terrible. This one's not too bad. It just doesn't like these. No, it doesn't like that either. You need to make an outline smaller or larger distance. Huh. Okay. Well, luckily, that is actually something we can do. He's got a way of doing
so
that.
what we do here is that if the alpha, so if we detect an edge, the alpha will be equal to 1, and we'll change the color of the pixel to black. If not, we're going to get the result from the first linear interpolated node right here. So if the depth edge detector already detects an outline, this will return black, and this will turn it to black again if you find an outline or not. So that's it. If you go to the viewport, save and apply, go to the viewport, open the PPI outline shader, you will see that everything works correctly. So here you have outlines. If you change the thickness of the depth outlines to 0, you will see that we have outlines related to the normal of the character. If we change the thickness of the normal outlines, you will see that we don't have outlines anymore, so we can put it back to 1.6 and 2. And that's it. So here you have the base version of our outline shader, but now we'll start adding complex functionalities to it to have the
Okay, so I think these values are probably what we're wanting. Maybe. Oh, you know what? I think I forgot to put a value in. $1.61. Okay. Uh, this value's wrong.
to add another lerp
This is in the edge detect.
in the false pin of both. Then what I have to do is that I have errors that will appear in the post-process material
no,
instance
that's
with the
right.
I outline shader that we created earlier. Threshold, so I'm going to get the input. You will see that this will turn to true right here. And now that we have the result of our formula, we just need to compare this to the threshold. So I'm going to get the input threshold right here, and I'm going to add a step node. Right-click, step. Then I'm going to plug the max into the X input and the threshold into the Y input. Result the outside strokes, Q of 0 in the earlier. I'm going to get the X in of this method that works. Function tag, press Ctrl this one. Click go linear. Or it is just which is color so which the Ctrl plus C the control map is at the center. So here I'm going to
Okay, so if I come to here, what we want to do, not this one, we want to go to this one. This one here, if we change the DO thickness, maybe these both here, if we change these to 4 and 4, this might fix the problem. Not really. I have a solution. Just hear me out. Here's my solution. I just don't put shit like that in the game. And then the problem goes away. Either that, or maybe there's a way to like smooth it out after the run. I'm unsurprised. I'm not gonna lie, I'm unsurprised. It's such a like the one of the biggest problems with like Unreal at this point is that it's becoming such a large engine. Oh, I turned off the Lumen. I have Lumen turned off. It fucks with the style that I'm going with, so I'm just like, fuck it. I don't want it. No, I want it to look like an anime. Is really what I'm going for. Yeah. Just don't have the characters in yet. And run around. I want to get it to look really, really flat. So like I did a bunch of stuff with, I think these here need to be changed. The shadows are not right. The shadows don't feel right. The shadows feel off. But I'm not sure why they feel off. And that bugs me. This looks pretty good, but it's still not great. Let me change this. It's not the end of the world, but it's not amazing. But I think that gets fixed when I do the normals. I have a different one too that that actually that's a little bit better, and it actually might just be the best way to do this. Here we go. I'll show you the one that I was using at first. This is the one that I was using. And so far I think this one actually does the best job. Like when I look at that, that looks flat. But it has the wavies. And the wavies piss me off so much. So much annoyance with the wavies. I wonder how this one will affect things. It's so bad. It's like so bad. This one just moves a lot. So it's just the shadows on this one. I agree. Let's see. I don't. No, I think it's that that I've probably colored them wrong. Maybe it's that they're darker. I can't put my finger on it. I think it's that they're darker, so I need to crank up the intensity. That's not really the style we're going for. That looks like cheap 3D. It is, because it's Blender. Noted. I can kind of show you the style that I want to go for. And I don't think that they've really got too much for lines, to be honest, in the backgrounds. Maybe the trick is just not to do lines in the background. But it kind of does. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not too fussed about the Genshin Impact backgrounds, to be honest. This is a better representation of what I'm looking for. copy image address. Let's make sure this address isn't stupid. Okay, it's not. I meant more about the shading itself. Yeah, maybe. I wonder if I can apply my own anti-aliasing, like apply something to smooth this out after anti-aliasing. Because it just is terrible. Shadows look so bad. I'd be willing to go with this and maybe forego some of these finer details and lines. Like that might actually be the play, to be honest. This is just test asset stuff, so. Shadows go burr. Actually, wait, which one was that? That was this one, right? This one might not be the worst. You know what? This one's actually pretty good. If I fuzz the yeah, no. So far I think this one actually is the best. No, maybe not. So this is gonna be a driving game. So like this is probably gonna be, this will likely be you, kind of thing, right? Like you'll probably likely be in something like this vehicle. I don't even think that you'll see the front of it. I think that it'll be like back here kind of thing and you'll be driving. Right? So what I'm thinking, because I actually do think that this one looks the best so far, but the problem is that when you're moving really fast, it causes problems. This one, I think when you're moving, yeah, it doesn't cause as much problem. Okay, so this one's better for moving. And Massa is better for standing still. But worse shadows. That blur. Oh yeah, I think it's got motion blur turned off right now. I wonder if this fixes some of the problems. Hey, so good news. I think I fixed my problem. I've become so used to looking at it because I keep forgetting to turn it off. that I forgot that it was turned on by default. Holy shit, we fixed it. We fixed it. Okay, so for the shadows, I think that they're too clean. I think that's the primary problem. I think the shadows are too clean. Unreal doing unreal things. Wait, so now the question is, do I keep this one? Or do I go with the other one? Massa is ultra expensive. FXAA sucks, so there isn't a lot left. Yeah, I think I left it on the default. Oh wait, I'm on Massa. Grr, it's still doing it. I don't like the shadows. Don't like the shadows at all. I'm surprised at how terrible it looks though. With no anti-aliasing, it's just like, oh, you want to see the worst thing ever? Wait, this is with none. Why does it not look like complete dog shit now? Wait a second. No anti-aliasing. This one looks the best. You're not wrong. I think the only thing wrong with Massa is I think the only thing really truly wrong with Massa is the the shadows are fucky. But the shadows might not be an issue if I do I want to smooth them out. Like I want them to blend a little bit. It's either they need to be sharper or I want them to blend, and I can't figure out which one it is. I have characters on the way though, by the way. So I'll have actual characters that don't look like trash. We're probably not going to try and hit this look though. I think we're going to end up with like something closer to maybe Hmm. I'm closer to like this. Oh, okay. So I have I have a very small team that's working on this with me. Although like most of them haven't really started yet. So this is gonna be the primary. This is gonna be the guy who's gonna do the primary artwork for the characters. This is one of his more recent pieces. Let's see if I can find some of his older pieces too. This one looks a little off compared to what he normally gets out. Not entirely happy with the face on this one. I think here's another one that he did. So he's going to do the characters. And then there's another guy who's going to do the vehicles. Then I'm probably going to be in charge of environment. And the environment's going to, I'm likely just going to use Houdini. Houdini is my friend. I take it that you're probably doing a lot of C++ though. So I got lucky and I got some talented friends that are going to help out. Yeah. And then oh, good thing I didn't come fucking do that one. That would have been bad. That's the wrong one. This one. The guy who did this is going to kind of be helping out as well. He's going to be consulting a little bit. Oh, to be fair to the character stuff, it's for print. It's not for game. So he's selling them for to 3D print. Same with this. Like this is the idea is that this would be a print, but I don't think he's print ready for these ones. The first guy I showed you, he is print ready. Yeah. Then I'm a big Houdini user. When it comes to 3D stuff, I'm a big Houdini user. Wait, did I crash again? No, okay. Ooh, that was scary. Yeah, my free time stuff is entirely made up of C++ for the most part these days too. I did a little bit of Lua because I got really tired of like CurseForge. So like I whipped together this so I didn't have to worry about the STV event in Season of Discovery. Because it almost got me killed a couple of times. I actually I have a couple. They're not amazing, but they're not terrible. It's a little bad. It looks better not with my if I turn this off, it will look a little better. Oh yeah, realistic trees. Just speed tree, man. Just speed tree. Speed tree the ever living shit out of life. Yeah, speed tree is the way to go. Although if you get Houdini, you can also do it. And then you can make your own. Oh wait, there's also Tree It. I don't know if you've checked out Tree It. I think Tree It's free though. I think it's open source. Oh, okay. That's fair. For trees, I can't justify the price of speed trees. Because I already pay for like I already pay for Houdini. So I'm just like I'll just use Houdini. It is don't get me wrong, substantially harder to make a nice tree in Houdini than it is to make a nice tree in speed trees. But I just can't bring myself to do it. Speed tree is just too expensive. I think I would have been happier with Speed Tree if it was bought out by Unreal, to be honest. And I really wish that they did it. Speed Tree's so fucking expensive. How much is it? $20 a month. Ugh. Oh, it's too expensive. Yeah, but like so the problem is that like I have to justify it on yeah, no, it's not too, it's $20 a month or $200 a year. Well, this is the indie license. If we look at the pro license, I think it's probably more expensive. Yeah, there we go. So for me, I can't justify the price of Speed Tree. Well, the reason I can't justify Speed Tree is because Speed Tree is a single purpose application that's $20 a month, and Houdini can do the same thing. And I already pay for Houdini. So I'm just like, although I'm not gonna lie, Speed Tree looks really nice. I also don't entirely understand how Speed Tree works. I think I'd have to get it and play with it for a little bit. I'd need a month or two to play with it to understand it. Oh, there's a learning license. Nice. That, oh, the learning edition. So that this would work, right? Like I'd come in and I'd play around with it, but I don't understand how this works with it. Are these pre-baked trees or are these pre-baked patterns? And I'm not entirely sure on that. That and I don't really want realistic trees. Pre-baked nodes with extra textures. So the nodes, can you modify the nodes? Like if say like I went with this Japanese Mongolia desktop, whatever, could I go in and just like modify the nodes a little bit and be like, I want a tree that looks slightly different, but this is the base, right? And then I'd have these versions. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, that could work. Maybe I'll take a look at it then, because I gotta say the Houdini tree generator is fucking garbage. If you really know what you're doing, the Houdini tree generator is really good. If you do not know what you're doing, the Houdini tree generator is complete dog shit. It's really bad if you don't know what you're doing, but really good if you do know what you're doing. Like it's actually very powerful. And it is a direct competitor to SpeedTree if you know what you're doing. But Houdini is also more expensive. So like if you're not going to use Houdini for the rest of it, then there's no point in getting it, right? So what's Houdini at right now? And it's about the same. It's a little bit more expensive for a year. Yeah. yeah. This is the one that gets me every time though. I totally fucked that up. This one just baffles my mind. People are like, "Oh, you should use Marvelous." And I'm like, "No." No. It's Marvelous Designer does one thing, right? Marvelous Designer does one thing. And it's more expensive than Houdini. And Houdini does the same style of vellum cloth sims as Marvelous. It depends. Oh no. The two really good pieces are Fmod. Yeah, Fmod. Fmod's cheap. Get Fmod. No. Where's their pricing? Here it is. This is like full actual audio creation software. Oh yeah, but that's because you're a game engine developer. Wait, they don't allow you to integrate? What about Wise? Does Wise allow? Ooh, there is actually an audio thing that just came out. Yeah, the Steam audio. I heard good things about that. Oh, yeah. There was that, what was it? Ardor? This one. This one's pretty decent. Oh, yeah. VSTs are fucking ridiculous. They're stupidly priced. I do not understand. This is cool software, though. I can't use this software because I cannot understand it for the life of me, but low demand for high effort in creating them, probably. Yeah. Yeah, probably. It's also like some of the people out, like some of the companies that run this stuff, they actually just jack up the price because they jack up the price. They have subscriptions and stupid shit like that, and it's just like, ah, god damn it, why you gotta be like that? You know what though? I'm pretty happy with this. I do have a question for you though. How do I fix my shadows? My number one question at this point is fixing the shadows. I think this one's the shadows. If I remember correctly, this is the shadows. No, that's not the shadows. What does this do? Was that just adding extra nonsense for the sake of adding extra nonsense? Okay, so I'm kind of thinking that the shadows should be darker or the shadows should be blurrier. Oh, this is that max distance thing. Yeah, this makes sense. It's for the lights. The shadows are over here. Yeah, this one here is the shadow. No, that's adding the... There. Where the did my shadows go? I've spent so long in this, I don't remember what does what anymore. I don't think I actually need this, which is crazy. Yeah. That got rid of a couple things. Oh, wait. This entire node here is the shadows, isn't it? Yeah, maybe this is the problem here. Maybe I want this. There we go. I don't care that much. I'm gonna be honest. With the way this game's gonna be, I don't think that the shadows doing that is gonna be the problem. But maybe the heavier shadows are good. Might be a bit too heavy. I think we found it. I think I found the problem. Mm. I think I want the shadows to be a little darker, don't I? Oh, I kept forgetting to shave. There we go. Yeah, that's probably a better distinction. And then if I make this a little bit more blue. I may have made that a bit too blue. I think a hint of blue is nice though. It was just a little bit too much blue, right? I think this can probably come up a little bit now. Hmm. What happens if I skip this altogether? Ah, yes. Style. Let's see what this looks like when you're running around. You know what? It's not that bad. Minus the fact that there's no no shadows at all. If that's the case, do I even need some of this stuff? Oh, right, because it's all saturated. This comes in here. There we go. Hmm. That unlit look is so nice. Like I'm not gonna lie, I actually kind of really like this unlit look. But I want some shadows. Oh, somebody just followed or rated or something. Let me double check what's up here. Oh, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Come in, you help me. You got an exam in a few hours? Fuck. Exams are hard. I take it you're in school then? I'm going to assume that you're in school for a probably computer science-y related stuff. But thanks for stopping by. I gotta figure out how to do. Yeah, thought so. Sometimes I wish that I went to school for that. Would have gotten me a little bit further ahead. I gotta figure out how to get this look with like a little bit of shadows. It's crazy how much shadows make such a big difference. The answer might also just be don't use normal maps. I don't know. Actually, I'm gonna call it a night. It's like almost bedtime for me, so. I wonder why this cuts the shadows out completely. Oh, right, because this is adding the shadows. This adds them back, doesn't it? All right, I made progress. I will catch this later. Anyways, thank you for showing up. Thank you to everybody who showed up. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the lurks and everybody. I will catch you all probably Saturday, where I'll be back doing work on LAPD. So more C++. All right, ta-ta for now. Night.